we'll just continue with our solo high quota journey. This will be like the third run, I guess. The third real one. And we'll just go straight to Adamance. No more horsing around. We got an Eat Lizards and Tipper Cod raid, so we gotta play serious now. We gotta graduate from JV. That's a JV bed placement, by the way. I don't think I'm passing the class this time around. Varsity would yeah, well, yeah, probably not. I can't really argue against that. Call me bread, please collab. Is this good? Is this good? I gotta settle for Anthran. Just kidding. Love that guy. 4 beehives, by the way. Oh my god, they're all like good spots too. We'll just run this one real fast. Dude, watch these be like a lot. Lock in. Lock in, Chef Austin. Should I run these first? I feel like I should run... No. I think I'll go play main first, and then I'll go run those last two afterwards. I'm also glad that worked, by the way. I've never done that beehive setup. I just prayed that it would work. I saw that in a Call Me Bread video. There's 2 of them. I don't know where the 4th one is. Mansion. Oh, what? What are the odds of getting Mansion on Adamance? %. Heard that. All right, this is the run, dude. I got a 3% add mansion roll with 4 beehives. I should not fumble this. This is the run. Yeah, there's 4 beehives because my first scan showed 17 scrap items and then it jumped up to 21. I only saw 3 of them, but there's a 4th one somewhere. Okay, I guess I'm only coming back from main with 3 items. Well, no, I haven't cleared the top part yet. Or the upstairs. Also, what 3 items, Austin? You only have 2. Just kidding, I knew that cookie mold pan was there. I'm trying not to go too deep here, but I keep getting stuff. Okay. Now we can get the frick out of here. How's it going, Luxiest? Fell asleep back to bed. Have a good night. Appreciate you coming by to let us know. Two inventories isn't that bad. We have time. I almost feel like I should do the beehives first before going into fire. It's because those beehives are crazy value. Like 100 plus each. So I gotta make sure that I can run them before shit hits the fan out here. I'm also not entirely sure how aggroing these bees works. So I'm just gonna hope that I can go in here unbothered. Maybe... Okay, maybe I shouldn't have. Have to go around, I guess? Like, no line of sight with them? Or was I supposed to move the beehive in closer? What the fuck? Oh my god, don't die. Don't die here, Austin. Okay. I wish I didn't drop that one though, because that was like the most valuable one. That would have been a crazy not like this moment. I'm just gonna run the front here. Oh. Oh. Oh, they're all right here. What am I? That's so many roaming bees, though. Hehe. Oh, well. Maybe I don't get all of them, because I don't know how to. Kitchen. He saw me, didn't he? I think we just go with this for now. Bro, I swear, like, back to Adamant's, yeah. Well, you know, we had the March. We dabbled with March. I think we did enough on there to for results. And then now I got a pretty insane seed. I'm just not the insane player that should have been on this seed. I probably can steal another beehive, actually. I think I have time. This is good, because now they just go back there, and I'm able to run this normally. Oh, that's not good. I didn't put it high enough on the bed. What bees did I just aggro right now? Really? Okay, no, well now I don't have time. Now I don't have time to get the other bees. I was gonna drop these in there and then go, but I unfortunately can't go in there because there's another set of bees that are just inside the ship right now. So I have to settle for this. I did secure 2 of the beehives at least. And I got lucky that the bees didn't just kill me while I was stuck against the wall too. That was also a possibility. Feel it. Yeah, I didn't put it up high enough. Okay. $520 though. Oh wait, we got to do a new spreadsheet. This is day 2, number 2, I guess. That was 520. Flooded. So far, better. Guns are 50% off. Hey, good morning, Froggy. Yeah, we out here doing another late night chef stream. You know, these later night streams are kind of lit. I might just stick to this hour instead. But we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. My non-Wednesday and Friday streams are kind of just on a whim. And I had a little bit of whimsy after work and working out today. So just kind of leaned into it a little bit. Do I want the stunts? TZP 60% off is crazy also. I just buy 2 shovels. Then we go to the company building to get those. Let's not think too hard. I'll just wait to get backseated in the comments later when I didn't buy on those sales. Which I'm completely open to, by the way. We're back to learning Lethal Company through YouTube comments again. That's how I found out a lot of information the first time around. I would just upload Lethal Company videos, and then people who knew better than me would tell me in the comments, and then I would pick it up here and there. In addition to just watching every single clip at the start of Lethal Company. So earlier this stream I said that I didn't watch a whole bunch of Lethal Company. That was only after I started uploading Lethal Company myself. But before I started uploading Lethal Company, I watched everything. Like, and because early Lethal Company content was just clips of people playing the game with their friends. There were no like real guides or challenge runs yet, and it was just fun little 30-second to a minute long clips of people playing the game. And I watched almost all of those because it was pretty easy to just to scroll through all of them and whatnot. And it was because I saw those clips and they were being uploaded by random people and they were getting a lot of views despite not having like a lot of subscribers or anything or previous YouTube history, that I decided to start uploading my own Lethal Company clips. So I'm like, man, people who are uploading Lethal Company right now are kind of just getting free viewership. Kind of want to snag some of that for myself. Now, Lethal Company viewership isn't free. The people who still get viewership in Lethal Company on YouTube have earned it. So, yeah. I was thinking a lot today at work. I was like, okay, the gaming YouTube channel not pulling numbers, understandably. So do I continue to try and make a lot of gaming stuff in the hope that it'll eventually pull numbers, or do I just try out a completely different project now since I'm pulling new channel numbers anyway? I actually think new channel numbers might do better if I'd like try a different content angle, because then I can, well, one, I think the first time that you upload a video to YouTube, or at least don't quote me on it, but whenever I've posted something for the first time on a clean channel, whether it's YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, etc., the first post, maybe even posts, tend to just perform pretty well. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe it's just the platform encouraging people to post stuff, so they push it out to more people at the start, or they push it out to more people at the start just to kind of try and categorize your channel under a specific topic or something, and they do that based on who clicks on and watches your videos. So I'm thinking that if I try to post something else, like something more on like the educational side or food side, I think my current hypothesis is that it would perform better on a fresh channel than it would if I posted it on this one, despite the following on this one. But that's something for me to figure out. That's not something to do during this high quota run. So we're just gonna go back. Yeah. No beehives this time. I don't know why I'm putting the 19 at the bottom as if I'm like actually keeping track of how much loot I get. If anything, I should also put the bottom line too, just because the bottom line isn't something that I normally track, nor have any real conception or understanding of how it affects the loot inside. Other than higher number usually tends to be good. Thanks for the follow, Jerry Sean. I hope that I'm pronouncing that correctly. And of course, now that I bought shovels, we get a stop sign here as our first piece of loot. 20 is crazy, by the way. Not a crazy, like, valuable stop sign. Just raw loot-wise. But I do I'm getting trolled. They're telling me I should have taken advantage of the sale that I saw. But I think I will just take this and then play fire for the rest of the day. If you use egg lineups. Okay, so is B56 the one with the 30 FPS trick? Or do I have to learn egg lineups instead? Purpose of the clipboard on the ship? Baboon hawks will go up to the clipboard and get stuck up there. So it helps me not have to deal with baboon hawks for the rest of the day, as long as I put that clipboard up there. Egg lineups sound kind of fun though. It works until V60, okay. That's what I thought. I thought like the 30 FPS thing worked here. But I'd imagine egg lineups are faster. I don't know too much about egg lineups. I remember tuning into Roy's stream one time and he was talking about egg lineups. I think this was after V60. I don't remember. But I was like, damn, son. People are a lot more dedicated to this than I am. But this will be cool too, because I feel like my audience is a little bit different than like the high quota audience. So a lot of this stuff is still kind of new to a lot of people, and I think it'll be fun to learn it myself and therefore provide another opportunity for people to see like how deep this game can actually go, or how far people have gone to push this game like to its extent. Like just on my first one, there was a lot of people who didn't even know that you can cruiser jump, which is like the whole thing with the cruiser, what makes it appealing. And I feel like the cruiser jump is a bit more common knowledge compared to a lot of the other tricks that people use in high quota. So I think it'll be a really cool way for people to like become aware of those things. Will it be enough to bring Lethal Company back? I don't think so, but I think it'll help the select few who do engage with my streams and my videos to appreciate the game and what people do in it a bit more. I guess I will jump over. Did I jump over here already? Oh. Jesus. We will reset that. Yes, the solo run killer, Mr. Bracken. I am clearly underestimating just how like dangerous the Bracken is for a solo run. Like I'm not turning as much as I should be, I think, or checking as much as I should be. I mean, it was also just day 2, so like I feel like quota 1 can kind of just be a bit chill. You can kind of, but after you make it past this, where it's like, okay, start locking in a bit more. If I do enough of these, I'm gonna have a lot of like Bracken jump scare clips. I feel like there's already quite a few different ones out there. I just need to find them now. I also gotta be careful with slamming my mouse against the mouse pad whenever that happens. I'd rather not buy another mouse pad. Or another mouse. Another mouse pad I'm fine with buying. Because I know which one I'm gonna buy if once I have to replace this one. And I might even do it before I even have to do that. I'm just gonna buy the Egg Goblin mouse pad. You know what? And that kind of rounds out my cart. Because Egg recently released some Christmas sweaters. And I wanted to buy a Christmas sweater, but it was just under the threshold for free shipping. I think it was like 43 bucks, but you get free shipping at $50. It's like, I wonder what I'll buy if I can cross that threshold. Maybe I'll buy a mouse pad. Or I can buy the socks. Or I can buy both. Because I didn't buy the socks the first time around. Exclamation mark egg to check out the egg store. Oh boy. Lots of cool stuff there. Daniel! What's good, dude? Playing some good old Lethal Company for old time's sake. Oh my god, there's so many Easter eggs. Wait, but we're free to pick these up now. Because I know lineups. I have telepathically inscribed egg lineups from Zero Taylor's brain into mine. Therefore, watch this. Just kidding, I messed it up here. Hold on. I'll watch the Short Sheriff. Yeah. Short Sheriff. I threw that just to get a dead end. Oh, never mind. Also, Daniel, if you want to get Korean barbecue tomorrow, hit me up. I think you have a day off tomorrow, right? Jeff, my uncle was talking about getting some... Well, he wanted to go visit you at work, actually. But I told him, I think you're off tomorrow. I don't know if that's true. But he wants to go to Sot Barbecue for some Wagyu. And wants to extend the invite to you as well. Sot is very good. Sot is like, okay. Wait, hold on. I don't have the lineup, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this one. Change to, oh, confirm. There we go. Change to 30 FPS so I can drop the egg guaranteed. You are working? Oh wait, hold on. If you're working tomorrow, we might just go visit you at work then. I'll message him, let him know that you're working. Sot is where you go if you want Wagyu Korean barbecue. You go to DJK if you for literally anything else. Yeah, because the original plan was to go see you. So, if you're working, then we'll just go see you instead. We can go to Sot whenever. Let them know you know me. Yeah, I know the chef. Or I know that guy shucking oysters. I know that guy. That's my dog. Went to Sot with Yvonne's parents for Yvonne's. Let's go. You know that place is good even before eating the meat? What? Because their banchan is really good. They have some of my favorite kimchi. Those kimchi bean sprouts. I can eat a whole jar of those probably. Oh, you know what? Also, Brad's in town, so I think we will probably bring... Oh, no, Brad's going to SeaWorld tomorrow. I haven't told Brad to cancel his SeaWorld trip. We're going to Fort Oak. The fort. You can go to SeaWorld anytime. Imagine going to SeaWorld when you can see a world with Daniel behind the oyster bar instead. Like, Jesus, bro. Not even ethical. Man, I tuned into a Chef Austin stream and bro was just bashing SeaWorld for 2 hours. Bro doesn't even like Shamu. Oh my god, I'm locked out. Shamu got ops in Lethal Company. I'm gonna lock. Never mind. Don't get dizzy now, Austin. I know you just saw a lot of different directions you could go in. You just kind of gotta commit. Who cares about whales? You need a New York strip con pinche bone marrow. Oh, now we're talking. I want the wings that you were talking about. So at the store, there's like a discussion going on about where the best wings are in San Diego. Which I think should be just extended to where's the best fried chicken at. I'm so sad that Oddball closed down because Oddball just had the best fried chicken by far. But I think they're starting a new project, so I'm kind of looking forward to that new project. I'm also still looking for a really good burger, and I want to try the Fort Oak burger. But we're going with my uncle, so we're gonna ball out probably. Egg, thanks for the raid. I just got done shilling Egg Goblin merch. Guys, if you don't have an ugly Christmas sweater yet, and you want like one that's not even ugly, go check out the Egg store. Exclamation mark egg. I was talking about how now that about mouse pads and stuff. Because I've gotten killed by the Bracken and slammed my mouse like 4 different times. And I misspoke and said that I gotta stop doing that before I have to replace my mouse pad. But that's not how that works. I'd probably have to replace my mouse before the mouse pad. And then I brought up the Egg Goblin mouse pads. Which came up to rounding up my total for purchasing the Egg Goblin Christmas sweater. Okay, dude. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I'm I got lost while yapping. Because I should not be seeing new loot. I should not be seeing new loot. Also, what's with all the egg beaters and the eggs on this map? Gotta get both the yeah, dude. I'm down for the burger also. I mean, you know how we roll for that stuff. Okay. It's this way. It's this way. I remember now. I accidentally blew up one of the eggs. That had nothing to do with you, but it is what happened. Hold on. Shout out Egg Goblin. Guys, go follow Egg. It's always a good time over there. They also stream opposite days of me too, so if you want like a streamer to watch every day, you can watch me on Wednesdays and Fridays, and then you can go watch Egg every other day. Basically, Tuesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. Oh, it'd be late. It'd be kind of late. I don't think I grabbed everything. Oh, now I grabbed everything. Now we're good. I feel like if I locked in a bit harder on that one, I could have gotten a crazy amount here. But imagine locking in there when I got so many cool people that just showed up to chat right now. Oh no, sorry. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. I'm the one that streams on Friday. What am I saying? I stream on Fridays, by the way. Which I'm gonna have to figure out for this Friday, because I also work Friday. So it's probably gonna be another late night stream on Friday. I got baited, back to like the burger conversation, I got baited to ordering Black Angus burgers the other night. So I was just on DoorDash and there's this place called Badass Burgers. I'm like, you know what, I'm down, they got a 2-for-1 thing. I'm down to like try out this new burger. And then I open the bag, or I get the bag, and it says Black Angus outside. I'm like, dang it, they got my ass. But you know, like, I can't complain that much. It wasn't that expensive. Yeah, so like a lot of places on DoorDash will operate under different names, especially if they're like pushing something specific. I know Denny's does it quite a bit, which is why I'm like hesitant to order certain things. I think like the Melt is Denny's. It's not even a ghost. I don't think it's a ghost kitchen. I think they're just offering a portion of their menu under a different name. I guess you're allowed to do that. Also, this is what the clipboard was for. For sure. Appreciate the raid, Egg. We play soon. We better win. I am kind of on a sketchy run right now. I'm not entirely sure I'll make it back in time. No, never mind. I got time. Check an application. True. True. My only gripe with businesses that do that is that usually it's a food business that's not good enough to like on their own, like their brand is usually a turnoff for people to order from them, so they have to brand it differently. Like I probably wouldn't have gotten the Black Angus burger, but at the same time, it was $12 for 2 burgers, an order of fries, and an order of onion rings. So maybe I would have done it still, even though it was Black Angus. Because including tax and tip and delivery fees and stuff, it still came out to like $20. And I think $20 for a burger and a side times 2 is pretty good. How's it going, Phantom? Appreciate you stopping by, even if it's only briefly. Let's see. That was day 1, right? Yeah, that was day 1. Wow. 4:15. We got Eclipsed Adamant, so I don't think we're gonna do that. Stormy Assurance. Okay, I started this run saying that we're done with March, but we're gonna go back here for the culture. So especially now that we have some newer people here from Egg's chat, and also Egg. So I started this high quota session under the concept that I was going to follow the advice that was given to me in my YouTube comments on my high quota videos, and I had a suggestion to try going to March over Adamance and Assurance. The reason being that there are 4 different entrances that you can go into, and you also get bees. So the first run that I did today, I went to March instead of Adamance and Assurance, and got some results. Now I'm looking at March in the rotation. I do think... Okay, this is like the one instance where you might unironically go to March. Because Adamance is Eclipsed. Assurance is Stormy. Assurance is probably still the best bet, because then you can break Stormy on Assurance early on in the run. Vow is also Stormy. Vow is probably like the pick to go over March, because you have more chances of beehives than March. It's a smaller map, the exterior is way safer than March, and I think the loot table is probably better still. I'll have to double check for V56, but I'm pretty sure Vow is just outpaces March every single time. And then March has 4 entrances and chance for beehives. I'm gonna go to March because it's kind of the funniest one. Don't want to deal with Stormy or Eclipse right now, even if it would be the best idea to deal with Stormy at this moment. We got 2 beehives. Let's see if we can find them. We'll run this way towards main, because I'm gonna run back that way anyway. So I might as well check this way for beehives. There's actually a beehive right there. I don't have to run that immediately. I can run that on the way back. There's no reason to backtrack here. It's so close to the ship. But 17 scrap. I didn't see what the bottom line was. The bottom line is really the one that will tell a lot, I think. As I say that, even though I said earlier that I don't know what bottom line does, but I've been informed that the bottom line will help you know which egg lineups work. I'll have to look into egg lineups later. Especially now that I know that they're relevant. One of the tough parts about March is that even though you have 4 entrances, March's interior is freaking huge. I think it's more than twice the size of Val and Experimentation and Assurance's interior size. Bro. I think I have a version of this game that guarantees a Bracken spawn, by the way. Based purely on personal experience. I think this is more than enough for main. How to get good at juggling over long distances? Go play March. And go and juggle something from main. I didn't when people first started juggling in Lethal Company, I just didn't want to believe that this was faster than individually running items. But it's so much faster. It's insane. I really got to see it the first time I played with Anthran. And the speed that he was able to juggle 2 items compared to the speed where I was running them separately, kind of pitiful. And ever since then, I've been juggling. Just quintuple. True. There was a in my playthrough with Froggy and friends, I was quintuple juggling on March, from, I forget which entrance. Oh, at least from the close fire exit. It was the close fire exit. Only to find out that Froggy was quadruple juggling from a different fire exit. I thought that was hilarious. What? Why did that sound just cut off? This is all I'm willing to grab, by the way, because now I'm gonna have to triple juggle. 9 two-handed items at least on that seed. If I was quintuple juggling and she was triple juggling. Insanity. Whenever I get that many two-handers, I think about Purple's mod pack, where he made Assurance a two-handed only map. It's like, dude, did someone turn on Purple's mod pack for this run? I like the thought that he put into that mod pack. Everything was very intentional. And it's coming from a Lethal Company player who was pretty good playing without exploits, glitches, etc. He was very much a purist when it comes to what was allowed and not allowed in Lethal Company. For better and for worse. Even came up with his own separate lore for the game too, which was pretty sweet. I think this is the point where we run this. 52? I think I just put this in the back here. I mean, I know I have it set up for like for the other pickup, but I'm afraid that I'm going to aggro the bees. And I kind of need this area to be clear for me. I'm gonna aggro the bees if I put them on the where that spot is. I don't know if I said that fully. New creature data. What did I scan? Or outdoor bracken? Is that a giant footstep? Did I hear that correctly? Opening those just so I know my actual value. Dang, 62 on those bottles. Go to this one next. I like going to that one last because I feel like I have the most room for outplay if a giant spawns. This one can be kind of tough to get out of if a giant spawns near here. I'd rather get this, even though it's the closest one to the ship, I'd rather get this one out of the way. We go try the other one then. It looked like there might have been a loot room the other path down, but I kind of don't want to be here for too long. Thumper bracken inside. I also, here's another thing about March. Oh. Okay, well, if worst comes to worst, I just run this. It's not a crazy valuable beehive, like we almost got a mineral beehive there. But if I come out with nothing here, then I at least have that. But I was gonna say the thing about March is because the exterior is so big, running around with a shovel isn't crazy. Doesn't sound crazy viable to me. Because the 14-pound carry weight's gonna slow me down, like traversing the exterior here. So those fire exits are close by. Bro, what the hell? Was I really going uphill for that long? That happened on Adamants too. Was I really that much slower? I thought once I reached the top there that I'd be okay. How's it going, Ducky? Hate when bees do that. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Happens. I do want to go on like at least a past quota 1 run before calling it. Yeah, this is the other thing. If you do March for high quota, it starts off as Stormy, which you can break Stormy right away if you go there, I guess. I'm not going to though. We're gonna play Ada. Oh, I'm late. That's probably bees. I mean, we'll just visually confirm it. Dude, I remember I hated this map. I hated this map at first. And then I think it was some combination of Bread and Thelonious videos showing like the different parkours you can do that made me enjoy Adamants. That was Thelonious one time. I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to Lethal Company by not mentioning Thelonious at least once while doing solo Lethal. And then at some point I saw the light. And especially like, since you only have to play like ideally you only have to play here for 1 quota, so you might as well play on the moon that will yield you the best results. Assurance is still a fine alternative though, but I see there's no reason to not go to Adamants on day 1. Well, just get the best you can on Adamants and then decide if you want to risk. If you want to like go to Adamants and go for the best you can, or just go Assurance and play it a bit safe. But sometimes Assurance doesn't even feel safer. Sometimes Assurance feels like a death trap if you get like bad turret spawns and stuff. This is not a bad inventory to get here, actually. For once, I got a full 4-piece inventory from main before going to fire. I'm enjoying that. This Ducky was worth quite a bit, too. Experimentation is the betterest. True. Shout out to everyone who's experimentation build. That was fine going Ren than Art. True. That's probably going to be a path that I play around with also. I started this off thinking that I was just going to do the Adamants to Artifice pipeline the whole way through. But I think it'll be fun to kind of experiment with all the different types, which is why I'm opening up to suggestions on the YouTube comments. Saying like, I'm just going to try out whatever strategies people tell me to do in the YouTube comments. YouTube comments specifically, because I want to drive people over there to comment and engage with the YouTube videos. I think for the live sessions, like when people are here, I appreciate when people can give me little tips and tricks that I can apply immediately to the run, rather than complete strategy changes, if that makes sense. Worst moon is offense, not according to, if you want to be that guy, you can say that offense is actually the best for high quota. And then I'll do it. I mean, surely offense got to be somewhat viable, right? June completed 10 quotas on offense only. V73. V73 is the best version of Lethal Company for high quota because of New Dine. You just have to get good and play New Dine. Just simply roll single item day, and get insane returns on single item day. Therefore, V73 is the best. I'm also not a fan of New Dine. I think the best thing that came out of New Dine is that it gave people a reason to learn how to play Cruiser on New Dine, but looting 200 things and having to do that does not sound crazy fun. Mine already was kind of booty cheeks before the update. Why am I at main again? I don't know who told you March is better than Ada. They clearly just watched like a year-old. Well, you know, I'm kind of just entertaining the idea. But I think most people at this point would just write that off completely and just say, no, Adamance, like this is a tried and true thing. Adamance is just the best. And there's really no competition. I figured no one else is gonna do it, so I might as well. And some people learn better by actually seeing, like, seeing someone go for the results rather than just being told so. It was also very amusing to me too. I'm like, I said it as a joke, like, I'm just gonna go outperform my, okay, now I understand how I got to main. Like, I'm just gonna outperform my Adamance and Assurance performance by going to March. And I thought about it. I'm like, I didn't even do that well on Adamance and Assurance. So there's a world where I actually just completely outperform myself. And it would be absolutely hilarious if I did. Unfortunately, that's not the reality that I reached. Because not so great performing Chef Austin on Adamance and Assurance did not perform all that well on March either. Gotta catch the stream again. What did I miss? We have reached the conclusion that March is probably not crazy viable. And I have had my runs ended to the Bracken almost every time so far. That might include this one. I don't like the spawns that this network that I've gotten. I feel like I can't go back now, right? What day is this? This is day 1? No, this is cooked. This is probably just a reset, to be fair. Yeah, the 2 times indoor multiplier, like, it doesn't matter that there's 4 different entrances. The justification was that there was 4 entrances, like, you can go, there's a main entrance and 3 fire exits, and you can get bees. Which was one of my favorite reasons to go March as a casual player, because I figure, you know, there's 4 of us. We just all go to a different entrance and then loot as much as we can and we come back. It's very efficient. But I think a lot of people, or at least some people, don't realize like how significant that 2 times size multiplier actually is. And the 4 entrances aren't guaranteed to like spawn far enough away for it to be significant. Get a lot of hives, March is good, but other than that, it's bad. But then it's like, you can get the same amount of beehives on Adamance and Vow, and both Adamance and Vow are just straight up better than March as well. I don't know what the spawn, like the... Jeez! Like, see, I got 4 hives here on Adamance. Now, if March could spawn more than 6 beehives, and regularly, we might be cooking. Also, please let these be like worth a lot. Let's freaking go. Okay, hold on. Hold. Where were the other ones again? There's another one over here. I get what you mean though. There's a world where March is good. Maybe you get some gold bars like by the fire exits and stuff too. And you get like a handful of them. I think I have to put this here for a second. Bruh. That guy's spazzing out. There's another one. I think. What the hell? But yeah, my hope with that angle is that people will give me a lot of different ideas of varying degrees of efficacy and of viability, and then I just try them all out. I think that's like kind of a fun way to approach it. That's kind of like how I just fundamentally approached Lethal Company at first. Just doing stuff in the game where people would be like, why the hell would you even do that in the first place? So I feel like doing something like that is just right in line with like my values as a gamer. Where are you facing? How am I gonna get past that spike trap now? I don't think I'm at fire exit yet, right? No, I'm still at main. I need to keep that in mind. It's a player activated one. That's fucked up. Okay. Spike traps and turrets. Used all your luck with that turret and trap. I think I got a little bit of luck left in the tank. We'll see though. Only time will tell. I'm a little bit worried about approaching the ship from this side because of the bees. I'm also not entirely confident that I put the clipboard up top. It is some good loot, yeah. I just have to be careful about how I approach the ship so the bees don't aggro on me. Or if they do aggro on me, that I'm able to get away. Like if I walk right in front there, they definitely see me. So I walk right along here. And then now I run out. Ah! Dude, go up there. Go up there. No. Why am I down here? There's the other beast. Honestly, I was looking for the other one. The one that had the filing cabinet underneath. Because that one seems a little bit more reliable. Oh my god, did the baboon hawk steal my crap? I'm missing something. I'm missing a bell. Like I said, I'm missing a bell. Yeah, I didn't think about putting it behind a rock. Yeah, that it didn't have to be that way, but it was. I don't know why they did that to me. Hey. There's a hoarding bug in there, so I'm gonna drop that stuff. I'm just worried that I stole from his stash. What? There's a nutcracker. I don't have a shovel. I think if I were a better player, well, I don't know. I don't think it's wise to get the lockpicker shovel here and try to fight the nutcracker. I have guaranteed value. I say guaranteed, but I have safer value in the beehives. The beehives are worth quite a bit. Damn, how baller would it be? I don't think I have enough time to do all of that. It's literally No Nut November. Bro. Not gonna lie, Scoob. I'd be nutting all night, man. Oh, fuck me. It's not good. Next year is my year. Maybe next time, man. Maybe next time. Fuck. Fuck me. Oh shit! Why are you going around this quick? I thought he was... That sucks. I thought I heard him coming back around. I just decided to hold W anyway. Unlucky. It is what it is. That's what I get for nutting during No Nut November. No biggie, day one. Go next. I get 6 beehives here. Oh, that would have been so sick. Yeah, he hit his red stain. This is why we're here. This is why we're here. I don't have enough reps to outplay that, unfortunately. You need to be... You need to be at least varsity level to clear that level, bub. What up, Scooby Cat? Or Pussy Scoob, whichever is your preference, because those are the two options that you have to pick from. I went fast because I wanted more stamina in case I needed to do something else. It unfortunately did not work out. Pussy Scoob is my GF. Okay, my bad for getting them mixed up. My apologies. Okay, I play fire exit. I play fire exit now. I got a large axle. I'm pretty sure I can run across with this too. Yeah, that main was not very good. I don't really want to reset though. I don't want to be in reset hell. Only reason I reset that one time is because I ran into both entrances and didn't really find anything, and there was no real point in playing that. Yeah, I figure going to main early is probably like the best time to go. And then I can just play fire for the rest of it. And hopefully I get like a good inventory out of it, but I don't want to spend too much time there. Just gamble. If there's the time to gamble, it's the early quota, am I right? And definitely the first one, day one. What's the exterior power level of adamants? I don't know off the top of my head. I just know there'd be a lot of baboon hawks and stuff. It is not the kindest of outdoor power levels. Especially because Zeekers decided to make baboon hawks half a power level and spawn in pairs. Peak game design. At least the baboon hawks are the least of my worries now. I absolutely despised baboon hawks at first. I still do. I'm very curious what he's gonna do with the March update. There's a world where March is actually the high quota go-to, and I'm rooting for that world. I would love to like collect 200 leaves on the one exterior map in the game. What is that, man? What is that? That's the chump trap. Someone dies there on this seed 100% of the time. Three old birds on Ada, cooked or cooking? I feel like I've ran back too far now. I got kind of lucky there. I feel like I moved my mouse before letting go of the egg. I think if you move the mouse beforehand, it undoes itself, right? Or is it only if you press W, A, S, or D? Like if you move with the arrow keys? I just know that there's something that undoes it. Yo, in my other Lethal Company playthrough, like the experimentation one, I completely forgot that you can just completely de-aggro snare fleas by jumping in solo. Until after I took all the damage that I could possibly take from a snare flea. But that's why we hop into the game, so we can remember stuff like that. Those are like important details. Look at this crazy corner, what the? I wish I could say I never failed doing the FPS trick, but I would be lying to you. Hold on, I might be cooking. I might need to lock in for a second. What the fuck? Don't do this to me. Oh. Beth, come get your mans, please. Actually, hold. There's a world. I have a solution. Gamba paying off or what? This might be the run. And then I get Bracken neck snapped right now. My hand's close enough to the railing, I can just drop it there with no noise. Won't I just fall in the pit? Hey, so, you know, first day, but you gotta start off with on the right foot, right? If you just take your first step with the left, it's like, what are you even doing, bro? Were you trying? Were you even trying to get a high quota? You're not gonna beat your assurance high quota personal best like that. Looting like that. Sometimes you just gotta juggle, betray and bottles, crouch juggle. Because your ass wouldn't let go of that Easter egg in case the butler decided to come after you. Gonna run past the staircase because sometimes stuff just falls through that staircase. I unfortunately know from experience. That is my lived reality. There's probably a better item that I can juggle than this, but it's the one that I chose to juggle. I hope I'm still good on time, but I feel like I'm really close to the fire exit. No! Do not steal my shit. Do I need a heavy gun parts BP? I actually have one. You gave me that one a long time ago. Or like when we were looting, I got the heavy one, and you took the light one. Appreciate the offer though. Might have spent too long in- yeah, low-key. That, or I spent just enough time. I don't know why I'm going back for more. This cookie mold pan is gonna be the death of me. Dude, I didn't even go that way. I didn't even go that way. Let's just not even worry about that right now. Don't do this to me. I don't think I have time to get all of this. I'm leaving those bottles, unfortunately. Oh my god. I have time for 2 inventories, I'm pretty sure. I just have to be really tight with my gameplay right now. Yeah, I just have to go with this. No, I definitely spent too much time inside. But I got... Dude, I wanted all of it. Can you blame me? Can you blame me? It was all right there. It was all right there. Oh, dude. This is the first time I've had this problem. The problem of being able to actually loot everything. Or getting, like, seeing that amount of loot. Oh, I definitely don't have time to get to inventories. I should have juggled. I'm going for this second inventory because it's really not worth playing this if I don't get the second one also, I think. I will not feel good about myself if I don't get something else out of this. Don't think I'm gonna get there because it's taking me this long. No, I gotta sacrifice some stuff. Scooby, thanks for the tier 1. I actually think I'm gonna make it back. Oh my god, I'm not gonna make it back. Rubik's Cube? Rubik's Cube Gaming. Get off my pile of shit. No, he took something to go. He took something to go. No way. Wait, that's hilarious actually. Wait, I think I have to play it out now. I think I am legally obligated to play this one out. Okay. Yep, okay, we're playing it out. We have a different angle. We don't have a clipboard anymore, so this is gonna be for educational purposes. You're gonna see the difference now of what Adamance looks like without the clipboard. Oh my god, I got scammed! I typed scam! Yeah, nobody would have full cleared that easy. Just get 2 700 days? Heard. Alright, let me lock in. Let me load up my my bread VTuber real quick. Do you guys remember that super popular conspiracy theory back during the early Lethal Company days? You'd have to be like an OG Lethal Company YouTube enjoyer to know this. But there used to be a theory that Call Me Bread, Chef Austin, and Jimmy the Duff were all the same person using a voice changer. That's why they never collabed. I'm also getting this guy off of my head because I do not want to bring this Philip Snake inside with me. But do you guys remember that, or was everyone like a Twitch viewer primarily? I see, I see. 2-year meme back from the dead. And then, you know, the jig was kind of up when Tony and I decided to turn on our webcams. But you know, one of us could still be Call Me Bread. Just saying. The real conspiracy theory is that Call Me Bread and Anthran are the same person. Could you imagine that? Do you imagine that? For one moment. I also miss Tony, aka Jimmy. When I was doing my YouTube audit, I noticed that Tony, like removed his Jimmy the Duff persona and replaced it with Tony the Vlogs. So I was looking up Jimmy the Duff for some reason. Some early Lethal Company related reason. Jeez. Why? Why are you giving this to me now? Don't give this to me now. Oh, okay, well thanks, actually. Spending too much time at me, you know. Oh my god. Sadly, I do know what he looks like is crazy. Okay, well, don't even need to know what's back there. But if you miss Tony, though, you can go watch his Dead by Daylight streams. He's a bona fide Dead by Daylight streamer. I actually didn't even know that he was a Dead by Daylight guy, primarily. I only knew him as Jimmy the Duff. Didn't know who Tony the Duff was at all until way, way later. And then, you know, then I went back and looked at the early high quota leaderboards, and literally the earliest high quota scores are just Dead by Daylight players, which is really funny. Because before I knew that, I was like, man, there's such a strange overlap between Dead by Daylight, or between Lethal Company streamers slash content creators that also happen to enjoy Dead by Daylight a whole lot. And, yeah. Oh. Wait, why are there Vein Shrouds already? This is quota 2. About to see like the earliest Kidnapper Fox ever seen. Also, get out of my face, please. I can't switch items when I'm being flown. It's crazy. I think I just have to go this way now. Hopefully they don't take stuff out of the ship. I play League and I think Dead by Daylight players are smelly. If you guys know some smelly gamers out there, hit exclamation hit exclamation mark egg, and you can get your smelliest gamers some personal care products themed around Egg Goblin. They got a soap line, they got a facial cleansing line. Everyone, please promote good hygiene among your gaming friends. Just because you game doesn't mean that you gotta stink. You should only stink in your gameplay, not in your person. Unless you're the short sheriff. Did I hear that correctly? Brother, was that a nutcracker? They said no nut November though. I'm getting mixed signals. Also, why was that spike trap silent? Of course, I got a locked door here. Okay, hold on. This is good because the dead ends are gonna stop me from going too far in here. Oh my god. Don't do this to me! There's literally a bracket. JV for a reason. JV for a reason. Jesus. Well, I can deal with the Bracken now. Once I get my bearings. I might just shoot this fool. Get in here. I know you want to. I know you're gonna come here. But do I have to shoot him though is the real question. Oh, I might have to shoot you though. Uh-oh. Where are you? Scooby-Doo. Wait, no, Scooby's in the chat, actually. Oh yeah, I gotta go. Oh, I turned my back for way too long there. I turned my back for way too long. I feel like I didn't get a whole lot here. No 1-4. I don't got those. I know you can trap the Nutcracker though, right? Or you can like get him stuck here in V56. That's like one of those things that I should learn? These are all things that I never learned, by the way. I didn't need to learn those strategies to be bad at Lethal Company, or to be bad at challenges. I shield you. I went to American schools. That's crazy. Crazy accurate. My priority was making sure that I didn't leave him on 4. So that was my goal going into that one. I could leave him on 3 because I could hit twice. I just didn't want to leave him on 4. Even if it took me longer than it probably should have. I'd rather take a little longer and I secure the kill than not. But I will do my homework. I considered not streaming and just doing homework instead. But you know, it's only the second try. It's only the second try. And I was like, I'm going to March anyway, dude. Not that serious. Me? I'm not in school. I did go to American schools, though. There's also that cookie mold sheet somewhere. What? A dog just spawned behind me. Yeah, I'm in San Diego. I'm in the States. It's currently 12:34 in the morning right now. Jeff is feeling violent right now. I'm always feeling violent. That's Secret Captain. I'm always angry. Yep, grew up here and everything. The only time that I wasn't in California was the 2 years that I was in college. I went to the East Coast for that. And then I spent like... how many months in Europe? I was in London for like a school project. Which was more of like a work study type thing. And then... yeah. And it was when I was in Europe when I was like, dude, why am I like paying money to get a job when I can just start working now instead? So I left school after that because I realized I was paying money to do work that people were getting paid to do. It's like, this is some backward ass system we got here. Other. Gotta make a play soon. Why is there a dead tulip snake there? Did I kill it? I don't think I killed a tulip snake earlier. What college? I went to Worcester Polytechnic Institute, WPI, out in Massachusetts. Great school, I just wasn't a fantastic student. Alright. Oh wait, that was day 2? What did I get on day 1 then? Oh, I got 214, that's right. 214, 470. I didn't put it in the spreadsheet, that's why. Okay. Oh wait, I'm gonna get another clipboard out of the cruiser. I forgot that was even a thing. You get a clipboard in the back of the cruiser when you buy one. Why am I waiting this? Now it's November. Dang, no 214 November. Yeah, that giant was kind of camping a bit. And I don't think the giants path back to... don't path to main in D56 after aggroing them. So getting rid of them is a little bit tougher, I think. Or is this the version where you can... This is the version where you can kill them though, right? Because it was... This is the Easter egg. Easter egg update. You're able to kill them with Easter eggs. See, this decision to do like high quota stuff was definitely just on a whim. Let this be like, let the record show how little preparation I had going into this. It was just kind of a act first and then figure it out later if you enjoyed it. Which is how I treat a lot of different things. I tend to not think too hard about the things that I want to do, and I just do it and figure it out as we go. I think that's just a very good way to try things. Then if you like it enough, you'll learn it. You'll go learn what you need to learn. And you only really learn if you like something by doing things. Dude, I swear I'm better at that part now than when I was actively playing, because when I was actively playing, I would always fall and then I would have to do the little jump to get up there, but I haven't had to do that jump. I think I'd had to do it once in all my attempts, and the only reason I had to is because I got chased away by a baboon hawk. You're scared of Cali? What makes you scared of Cali? There's also a non-0% chance that I leave the state to go do sushi and stuff. It's not completely out of the wheelhouse. Ah, I see. Too far to drive. Fair enough. Well, at some point when I'm making enough money, I'm definitely down to just go visit people and make food for them. Oh, that's like something I'm playing around with. I don't wanna. Wait. Bastard. Give me a second. Are you stuck there? No? Or is that... It's not this version! It's not this version! I think I need a second person for that one. For that specific setup. God. Not the 214 run, please. Oh shit, oh shit. I think you need a second person for that one. I got scared because when the thumper busted down the door, because I thought the coil head was gonna come right after. I thought so. But hey, you know what? There's ain't no better confirmation than visual confirmation. Speaking of visual confirmation, there's a giant over there. Why am I jumping like it's like hearing matters? Guys, you mind if I JV this and just go home? It's gonna be a JV Liverpool. Watch this. Y'all ain't never seen a JV play like this. Dude, I could just go in and shoot the thing though. The 3 p.m. Giant's kind of nasty. Dude, I want to see a second quota for once in my life. We're moving on. This is the run, guys. The run where I got less than 200 on day 3 is the run. I'm pretty sure coil heads don't deactivate in this version too. 619, that's my area code. What the hell? All the important numbers are coming up. Am I doxing myself? Yeah, they don't. I didn't think so. We're on V56. Oh, I didn't want to sell this. Okay, it didn't sell this. Sweet. Thank you. What's on sale? Dang it. The store's on sale. Bread version, basically. Bread actually got his record in V69. Can I get 2 weed, please? 2 weed for $80. What is this? 2013? Actually, 2 weed for $80 is 2025 prices now that you can legally buy it, and they tax the hell out of it. 2013 weed was cheaper, but it also wasn't as potent. You got a record in V69, let's go. Bro, I was a big pothead for like 10 years. It's kind of stupid. Not anymore, not anymore. From like 18 years old to 28 years old, I was just perma high for the most part. And then, you know, we reached the 10-year mark of like smoking and doing drugs and drinking and stuff. I was like, damn, that's an entire decade of substances. Like, was I able to do as much with my life in that decade as I wanted to? And if I continue using this stuff for another decade, does it pan out in a way that I would actually like? And my answer was no to both of those. I'm like, okay, let me see what a decade without that stuff looks like. Here, Glassblower wanted to send me something. I give myself like once per year. I've dabbled like once per year since turning 28. But right now, since I'm like a lot less likely now because I'm really liking the returns that I'm getting on working out and stuff and just staying on top of the fitness and health part. But also I like doing it once every now and again just to show that I won't succumb to it either. I think a big thing that helped, I mean, that's why I have some of the books up there. Reading Atomic Habits helped me reframe like how habits work quite a bit, and it was after reading that where I was able to actually just pull the plug on all of that. It's not really edging, like I just don't even think about it every now and again, but if it does ever cross my mind and it happens to be a time and a place where I'm down, I just don't restrict myself from having that experience. The drinking one, I don't think that I've ever had a drinking problem. It's just that before, anytime I was drinking, I would also smoke, and that was the problem. And it wasn't just weed. I was also smoking like cigarettes and vaping. Vaping is like the bane of my existence. That's the one thing that I won't ever touch again. Because that one took me a really long time to overcome. But everything else, you know. Drinking's fine sometimes, especially because I do it for work purposes too. Some wild Chef Austin lore. Chef Austin got some life experience for sure. Chef Austin was a very different person before becoming a Lethal Company streamer and stuff. Hey Romo, what's good? Yeah, Atomic. You know, I kind of like stayed away from Atomic Habits for a little bit because I'm like, man, all these like business bros and like self-help gurus just keep saying like Atomic Habits, James Clear, the GOAT, etc., etc. But in this particular case, they're saying it for a reason. And you know, before everyone goes and buys the book, the premise of that book like has to do with getting rid of bad habits and instilling good ones. And the key to doing that isn't to focus on the habits themselves, like getting rid of habits and picking up habits. The key to doing that successfully is to change your identity or how you identify yourself. Because then if you go from someone who's trying to quit smoking, you know, that's kind of like restrictive, whatever, paraphrase. Whereas and that's very different than saying that I'm someone who just doesn't smoke. And one of those is a lot easier to adhere to than the other. And at the time, I had some really good reasons to not continue stuff. I had a running partner at the time, good friend of mine. I was like, okay, I'm not someone who smokes. I'm someone who runs. I'm the head chef who's going to, when I present myself as that, it's going to be someone, I'm going to be someone who's respectable, not just in the kitchen and on the line, but also just in lifestyle and stuff. And I didn't like the identity of being a chef who also used a bunch of substances to get by. I instead opted for the identity of a chef that can just rock the long hours and everything and still take care of himself. And it was and I think that was still some of my peak condition. My peak condition was right before I started doing Lethal Company YouTube, and I think I used up that peak condition to do my first YouTube push, and I'm just now trying to get it back. I'm like just now getting it back, and for the first time since losing that in Lethal Company, I'm starting to feel it again, and I value that so much that I just don't want to mess it up. I was a head chef at the place that I used to work at. I was a head chef for a different spot. I'm not the head chef now. My uncle's just I work for family shop. My uncle's the leader. It's really nice working under strong leadership nowadays because I think I was too early to the head chef position. I learned a lot about myself as a leader in that time, and there's kind of a reason why I'm okay with just being down a peg. And why when I do personal endeavors, and especially like the riskier ones, I try to do as much as I can, or to like set the foundation first before I bring anyone else on. Changing identity just exactly like James Clear is onto some stuff. There's a reason why people say it, and it's a really good book. If anyone wants that extra perspective, you can go read that book. It's good. And so I talked earlier about how I want to do a separate YouTube channel where I talk about non-gaming stuff. This is the kind of stuff that I actually want to talk about because I feel like this is the kind of life-changing stuff where if people just knew or were reminded of certain things, that they'd be able to take action on their own to like make life-changing decisions and take life-changing actions, even if it takes a long time. I don't think I provide that kind of insight by playing video games for people, which no problem. I'm kind of wrapping my head around just kind of being here for entertainment purposes, especially for the gaming side of things. And then for the curious mind who happens to enjoy my gaming content and starts to think about like what it takes to actually do that, not only for the phase of seeing an opportunity and capitalizing it at first like I did when Lethal Company was first coming around, but also to have the resilience to be able to come back to it later on and continue being consistent even if the numbers don't look right, like on the channel and stuff. Like look at my recent YouTube videos. Numbers are not where they could be if I was just consistent the first time, but I'm still choosing to stick to the uploads, and I'm even doing extra now. I did a repo upload yesterday just because I wanted to. It wasn't a Monday or a Saturday. I probably could have just waited to upload so that way I can start building a backlog, but I have a whole different opinion on backlogs, which I'll save for some other time. This is also the quintessential, or the always gonna happen at some point during a Chef Austin stream. Chef Austin Lethal Company stream, rant on the ship. Might as well do it on this run, right? Well, it's on the 214 run. We might as well have this rant. Because I think this part is very Chef Austin as well, not just the gameplay part. But, yeah. Other channel, I haven't started it yet. But I will. It's probably going to be next week because I have a lot of time this week to work on stuff. And I'm probably going to start working on it right after this stream too, for however long the stream goes. But that's what it's going to be about, that kind of thing. And I think that's going to be, if I stick to it, I'm hoping that channel grows bigger than this one, but I can still do both. Because I've also just become like pretty good friends, and I'm starting to like a lot of the gamers that I've been hanging out with and gaming with nowadays. And I have reasons to grow as a gaming content creator now. Like there's people that I want to grow for and kind of set a model / example for. And I think if I can build a channel that I've let completely fall off, or just even build a separate channel from scratch, I think that'll be really good to show people. It might take me a little bit, but we will get there at some point. Yui, thanks for the follow. That's crazy. I thought you were following already, especially since you gave bits, but appreciate the follow. Wish I had your strength, trying to inspire people to cultivate it themselves. It's not something that's innate. It's something that you choose to aspire to and acquire and build towards. It's not something that I just had. It's something that was prefaced with 10 years of heavier than ideal substance use, you know, and a lot of other life things. I guess that's one of the advantages of being slightly older than a lot of the Lethal Company community. I do think that there is value in years lived. I do think that there's still more value depending on like how you live those years, but there is just raw value in being around for a little bit longer. Chef Austin also never peer pressured me, and I appreciate that. Hey man, if you don't want to smoke my weed, that's just more for me. I'm just saying. I also mixed my weed with tobacco because I knew most people didn't like it, and it meant less heads that I had to share it with. But I mean, I was also happy to share as much as I wanted, as long as we did it my way. Nowadays, I don't really see myself sharing substance with people. I'm most of the sharing that I do is food wise, and I'm more than happy to share the food that I put out with anyone who comes my way. You guys actually say yes, chef? Not in... Sometimes. For daily operations with my regular crew, not really. Or one of my guys says yes, chef to me. Well, I don't know if it's ironic. He says it kind of seriously, but he don't have to say it like that. But in certain circumstances, yes. It depends on your relationship with the chef. In my line of work, I do a lot of catering, so it's not just my team of sushi chefs that I work with. We go out to a bunch of different hotels and meet up with and work alongside or for a lot of different executive chefs and corporate chefs. And when I answer to them, I say it, just to show the respect in that regard, because those ones tend to have a bit more of a formal structure. And I'd rather err on the side of being too formal than not. Being a leader is tough. Can relate with you, where if you are a leader early, you skip a lot along the way. So you need to make decisions on the go. True. And I just, the thing with that team too is I was leading a lot of friends and family and stuff. and I don't think I was as decisive as a leader as I could have been. I also just wasn't fully at the top. I was a head chef, but I wasn't the owner, and I think there's a big difference between the two, which is why I'm cool with being the worker for my uncle right now, but the end goal isn't to be a worker for somebody. The end goal is to just have my own stuff going on, because I'd rather, at the end of the day, I would rather be at the top. Or I guess the only alternative to being at the top is working for someone that I could fully invest myself behind, because they understand how I operate and what to get and how to get the best out of me, and also understand what I need in order to operate. And I'm currently in that position with my day job with my uncle, and it's kind of like the best job for me at this time. It's also why it's gonna be the only job for me until probably until the end of time, because I don't see myself switching careers other than building something out for myself. Most recent identity change tied to my productivity on YouTube, becoming a disciplined person. Really embodied and believed I am disciplined. Took the form of being disciplined enough to, no matter what, do 2 hours of YouTube every day. Wasn't a gradual change or anything. I just straight up completely embodied a disciplined person. Also, never say I'm trying to be disciplined or I'm trying to go to the gym. I just am disciplined, or I just am a gym goer. Exactly. And then when you say that about yourself, then it requires you to have integrity and to live up to your word. And I think that's also just a very powerful thing. If you say you're going to do something, or you say you're going to be this person, then it's literally on you. It's your responsibility to go and become that person. It doesn't matter how long it takes you, as long as you eventually get there. And I think when you start off with little identity changes that you can embody immediately, such as I'm someone who works on YouTube for 2 hours a day. All you have to do is work on YouTube for 2 hours a day, and now you're that person, and just never let that go. Same with I'm someone who goes to the gym. You just got to go to the gym. That's it. Doesn't matter like what kind of workout you do or anything. As long as you went there, you're good. And then if you keep going there, you'll eventually get better at it. You know, like that similar thing. I'm someone who uploads on Monday and Saturday to YouTube, and someone who streams on Wednesdays and Fridays. We're gonna see where that takes me. I think even just doing that has been good for me, and we'll see how that looks in the longer term. Yui, thanks for the 100 bits. That's fine. Appreciate that. Lloydo, got the chef, glad. W follow. I did forget. You're good. Everything is a learned skill. That is also an eye-opening thing. That's why the Almanac of Naval Ravikant is up there, because that book had so many different things in there where I just didn't hear it from other like finance people or lifestyle people, and I was just like, dude, this guy's brilliant. This is why everyone that I have read previously or listened to previously, like Tim Ferriss, Alex and Layla Hormozi, Dan Koh, James Clear, all of them mentioned Naval Ravikant at some point. Even Joe Rogan, but we don't talk about him all that much. Chris Williamson, all those people. They all mentioned Naval Ravikant, so I was like, okay, so if this is where this guy, if I listen to all of them and they're talking about this guy like this, let me go up there and see what that's like. And yeah, some things in there were like happiness is a learned skill, peace is a learned skill. Those were crazy. And also like his opinion on books, saying like you don't, like when you endeavor to read a book, you don't have to finish reading a book. It's more important to just grab whatever information is useful to you and then start operating. I'm like, wow, that's cool. Or he might be reading like 50 books at a time and just skipping through stuff. I'm like, man, no one ever says this. Everyone says to pick up a book and finish it. But when he said that picking up a book and finishing it is more of a vanity metric than a learning metric, like, damn, he kind of spitting though. Because what's the whole point of, there's like a different point of finishing reading a book and reading a book, if that makes sense. Because my experience with reading is that I tend to read until I get to a point where I have to start I've read enough where it can guide my next action, which is usually like writing a journal entry or something applied. And like, man, I'm never gonna finish books like this, but I'm getting a lot done by doing this. And the only reason I've finished a book recently is because I did the Alex Hormozi book speedruns. Because Alex Hormozi was dropping another book and I wanted to be caught up before then, which was also more of a vanity / ego thing than an actual learning thing. So yeah. Also, Scooby, thanks for the 500. Thank you for speaking from your heart. Really nice to hear something so real from a streamer. It's like the only thing that that I mostly want to talk about. I do have to lean into the entertaining Lethal Company / gaming streamer sometimes because, you know, when it comes to gaming audiences at scale, this part doesn't scale that hard, which is why this stuff is going to make it on a different channel, because I'll just go attract a different audience talking about this stuff, because there's audiences that want to like genuinely learn this kind of thing or hear this kind of perspective from people like myself. You know, myself being someone who has found mild success in like the social media space, in the culinary space, just kind of living. I mean, someone who has a day job for 2 days out of the week. That's kind of like my biggest flex right now. I only work my day job 2 days out of the week, and then the other 5 days I can do fuck all, which I've decided to pick up more streaming and YouTube and figure more life stuff out. That's not always the case. I do get called in to do catering stuff pretty often, which is why I reduced my number of required day job hours. Because if I was working my regular day job hours plus the stuff that I get called into, I'm like, man, I'm back to working 5 to 7 days a week to my day job, which is fine because I'm also in a position where I just got to stick with my day job and I'll eventually inherit that one. Basically what I'm saying is I'm good on that front. But just because I'm good there doesn't mean that I don't want to build this stuff out. Because it's kind of important to me that I build something for myself at some point. Which is why I was very proud of my Lethal Company channel at first, and being able to play Lethal Company for like full time, even if it was just for a year, because that was the first time in my life where I felt like I actually did something for myself, like, and made something for myself without having any additional advantages that I was like born with or born into. Like that was independent of circumstance, other than I guess being born in a first world country where I could have gaming as a hobby and stuff. But other than that, it was work that I decided to do for myself. So why did we drop that at some point? It's because it stopped making sense, but it's starting to make a lot of sense again, which is pretty sweet. Also, Kiwi, thanks for the raid. We're in the middle of a Chef Austin life rant on the ship before continuing this run. I hope your stream went well. Gonna continue this high quota run at some point. This was started off as a dropped run because I absolutely fumbled on day 1, but because I got 214 scrap, I've decided to continue it. Love that Chef is a great content creator, but also someone so woke. That's the first time I've been called woke in a while, but I'll take it. Also, yeah, there's gonna be some stuff. You'll see just how woke I think. We're gonna see just how woke Chef Austin is when we go onto that second channel. That's actually why that other book, The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up by Marie Kondo, is on there, alongside like random self-help books. Because that one is about like tidying up your space. I'm actually due for a Marie Kondo cleaning, which the basics of that one is like the science of the practice of tidying up your space, of cleaning. And the idea is that instead of cleaning a little bit every day, which turns out to be ineffective or whatever, you're just supposed to clean everything all at once and with no exceptions. And I did that, and I went from being a somewhat sloppier person, or like a person who was happy with being in a sloppier space, to someone who had a very militantly clean space. And you know, sometimes it slips. Right now, I'm definitely in a position where it slipped. You don't see it because I keep at least the presentable part pretty clean. But I'm definitely due for a deep clean, for a Marie Kondo clean. The last time I did one was before Locals and Anthran came by for TwitchCon, and then yeah, we had 3 gamers in a room with varying amounts of drinking and getting a bunch of fast food. So yeah, I did the thing where you just clean a little bit, but that's not very effective, so I need to clean pretty hard. I'll smoke that chef spliff. Hey, let's go. You know, when I said that I go back to smoking like once a year, I make sure to just smoke everything. I'm like, man, if I'm gonna do this, I better just do it properly. You know what I'm saying? If anyone wants to know what the Chef Austin special is, it's smoking sativas with Marlboro 27. You take a full Marlboro 27 and then put like a bowl's worth of weed in there, and you roll it up yourself. So that way you just get a little bit high and then you get the rest of the cigarette. That's the Chef Austin special. That's how I made it last for so long also. Because I definitely did not have the Chef Austin current YouTube money back then. I actually don't know how I was able to afford so many substances back then. Because that stuff's expensive, man. Especially when you do it every day. I'm like, dude, imagine where I could be if I didn't do all that crap. Dude, watching your Lethal streams, videos want me to upload gameplays again. Left them because random life things, but now I have more time. Hey, I always encourage people to upload things, especially if they have like, even if it's not for monetary purposes. I think it's nice to have just for personal purposes. Like the whole reason why I even started making gaming videos in the first place was so that I could show cool gaming highlights to my friends. And because my friends were gaming with me, it's like, yo, look, we did all this cool stuff together. I curated this video of us sharing this time together. And that's how it was all the way up through Lethal Company, until Lethal Company. Like, you know, I remember during quarantine days, this was part of the YouTube audit too that I did. Like when Fall Guys came around, I had such a good time playing Fall Guys with my real life friends. And like we would watch our Fall Guys videos kind of religiously, and it was kind of just the best time. And then Among Us came around. We had a group of friends that played Among Us every single day for like 100 days, and the lifestyle was playing Among Us at night. Then I would edit a video right after, before going to bed, and then the next day we would watch the Among Us video like on our own or together. Like some of us, we would Discord stream it, others would watch it on their own time. But we would all watch it at some point, and I was so happy when people would tell me what they thought of the videos and stuff, and then we would go play again, so that way we'd have more videos out there. And it's like it's a good time capsule to have, because now I can, at any point in my life, I can go back to those videos and just revisit a point in time where me and my friends had a good time gaming together. And that's just entirely true for every single video that I've ever done. I'm still putting out videos like that now. Can't say I have that same kind of love for my solo videos. A lot of the Lethal Company stuff I mostly just did purely for business purposes. Not that I didn't like Lethal Company, but I enjoyed the game of YouTube way more than I enjoyed the game of Lethal Company, which is, you know, that's I think that's still true. I think this is just, I'm just starting to enjoy Lethal Company a little bit more again now that the pressure of being that Lethal Company YouTuber is completely off. You know, I'd say I'm in a pretty decent spot financially now compared to where I was only relying on the YouTube income. Now I have something a lot more stable, which is nice, but also a little bit too nice, because I think when you're a little too comfortable, you stop taking risks, but you do need to take risks to like grow to crazy successful heights, at least to the ones that I aspire to. So I'll be taking a lot more risks in 2026. Hotel chef, high-end. Those are most of our clients are corporate clients. So like we do a lot of corporate catering, which is why our business does so well. There's not a lot of people who do corporate sushi catering, and most corporate clients won't work with another sushi caterer because we just have our stuff on lock for the most part. Record gameplays first, and after warming, I'll start with streams. I think anyone who doesn't have a crazy like presence as a content creator should focus more on recorded stuff than streaming. I think, let me rephrase that, because I've learned from my latest streamer friends about like different goals that people have as streamers. If your main goal is to gain a crazy following, make a bunch of money as a content creator, especially a gaming one, and to just grow a channel as big as possible, I think streaming should just not be a part of the equation until you've grown a crazy huge following elsewhere, either on YouTube or TikTok. I think curating content for YouTube or TikTok takes that much effort. Curating good content and being consistent at it takes that much effort, and I think live streaming is a distraction toward that endeavor. So why am I live right now? Because it's a little different now. But that's exactly why, like, myself, Shirt, and Nico did not live stream our Lethal Company gameplay until like after 6 months or so. And I only started doing it once I didn't really see a way forward. And I was like, you know what, let's just hit the go live button and see what happens. Especially because one of the big reasons why I wanted to grow a gaming YouTube channel specifically was to show that my other gaming streamer friends that the way to grow as a streamer is to do content on a different platform. Because I have a lot of streamer friends who only stream on Twitch and who only make like a short or a TikTok once a month or once a quarter. I'm like, bro, if the end goal is to be this professional streamer, this is not the method. This is the method. But I didn't really have a desire to be a streamer or gaming content creator full-time or professionally like that. I wanted to be more of a behind-the-scenes guy. But then once Lethal Company started taking off, I'm like, you know what? This is a good opportunity to prove that this is correct. So I did it. I went from having 2 to 3 viewers on my Twitch, 200 followers on my Twitch, to now over 2,000. When my first few streams, I had about like 60 average viewers. My YouTube streams had average 100 viewers. And that was after like 6 months of live streaming. Granted, I did have really good timing with Lethal Company, but I think that was enough to show that that line of thinking was correct. And if my own data is not good enough, Ludwig says the same thing, Queso says the same thing. A lot of different big streamers say the same thing about recorded content versus live streamed stuff. And you can listen to them instead of listening to me if I'm not a big enough streamer. But I still say it anyway, because sometimes those bigger streamers aren't as approachable as someone like me, and I'd rather just say it for the people who'd prefer to listen to someone like me versus someone like that. What specialty would you like to go for when you have your own place? I'm not really endeavoring to get my own place food-wise, because what's gonna happen is when my uncle is ready to retire, there's like a 99.9% chance that I just inherit the business. So I'm already working towards that. So the thing that I specialize in right now is doing like omakase / fine dining, tasting menus, etc. I do those for private groups, and I've gotten quite a few of them this year, actually. I've kind of held off on them at this point in time because the catering for the holidays is going to ramp up, and I don't want to add stuff to my schedule when I know that it's already going to be full because of how December usually runs for us. But I think endgame for our current operation is for me to be able to do that omakase / fine dining type stuff without having to charge people for it, because I would much rather just feed people all this crazy stuff without having to exchange dollars. And I think the best way to get money from that is to do it through content to some capacity and by selling other stuff. Like if I write cookbooks or if I write storybooks about the menus that I've served to people, if I do, like when I do start making those cooking videos and like those recipe videos telling the story about how I've conceived a certain menu and the reason why I've decided that it should exist, I think that's going to be where the money comes from, and I'd much rather it come from that rather than the guests that I've served that day. I'm not going to serve just anyone that way though. It's going to be like my people that I'm serving, and maybe I'll be able to extend that to more people. Like we'll see who my people are by that time. But we have a pretty good thing going on with the current business. It's not just corporate catering. We also have a little Japanese store where we sell Japanese goods. And rather than trying to hit the catering side a bit harder, because there's only so much harder we can do on that side, and instead of offering my services to more people, I'd rather just build out the store side, because I think the store side has a lot of potential, and I think a lot of the responsibility lies on me to do that. So really, the most responsible thing I could be doing right now is working on that instead of streaming Lethal Company, like talking in front of a terminal. But I want to do this because I want this part to exist, so that way 10 years from now, when we see where I'm at when I'm 40 years old, we'll be like, damn, he was actually kind of spitting 10 years ago, you know? And people have the opportunity to be here at the start. And I think that's going to be really exciting. It is I am asking for a long time horizon for this. Like when I was doing Lethal Company with Shirt and Nico, we were working on a very, very short time frame. It's like, dude, we have to hit this while Lethal is hot and just get as far as we can while it's here. But now that it's cooled off a little bit and we've had some time to think about how we want to approach things long term, I'm now operating on a much longer time horizon and on a much more sustainable game plan. It's just going to take a lot longer for me to produce results, which I'm fine with. And I will take whatever flack on social media about that, whatever opinions people have about me in this time, because I see myself winning by the end of it. And I think that's all that matters. And that's a lot where a lot of the motivation to really stay consistent and disciplined really comes from. That said, it did still kind of hurt to see my repo video not get that many views, but I put a lot of effort into that one. But I still got the views that I really wanted. Like, I'm glad that Froggy really enjoyed that one. And you know, that it just goes back to like the original thing that I enjoyed about this. Like those videos that I do the collabs with, I make those videos specifically so that the people who are in them can watch them and can see them appear like in this video, especially when they're people, you know, I think that's a really cool thing to do, and I'm kind of just going back to that a little bit. Value this type of conversation a lot. I'm glad that everyone here is down for this conversation, because I think the people who are enjoying this are going to enjoy what I put over on the other channel. Really? I remember there was one point when I thought about starting a Lethal Company podcast where I just play Lethal Company for the purpose of having a platform that people will actually listen to me on, because I learned very early on that people, at least most people on YouTube, would not watch my videos unless it was Lethal Company. I'm like, all right, if I want to do something else or talk about something else, I just land on experimentation and I start yapping. And I didn't follow through on that one because I was still kind of milking the whole Lethal Company challenges thing. And then I think at some point Forsaken Frontiers rolled around. I'm like, maybe this will be my ticket out or something, or a ticket into something different. And then I got kind of jaded with the whole experience when Forsaken Frontiers got the negative reviews and stuff that it did. I still think Forsaken Frontiers shouldn't have been shafted the way it was. And I stand on that. There's reasons why I can't play it now, and I won't. That's like the one thing I won't divulge further, but still want the best for them, and I wish that it worked out a little bit better. Also, thanks for gifting the tier 1 to Faith. Now we can like go through this whole conversation without ads. Just got into my 20s and like this stuff is really new to me. Yeah, so I think like the earlier people start taking themselves seriously, the better. And that's something that's really hard to do when you're younger, because everyone around you at that age just isn't taking things seriously. At least that's what I thought. And then I went to school. I went to Worcester Polytechnic Institute, and the type of people that I interacted with there was just way different than the types of people that I interacted at home. Because, you know, at home, I was just doing a bunch of drugs. I was just being like, I was just up to no good. You know, that's just what younger people did. And then I go into this school, and I go in for game design, right? And the first person that I'm paired with already has like a game greenlit for Steam. I'm like, that's crazy. And I learned that a lot of people who are in computer science, I went to school to learn computer science. I never like programmed or anything. I was like, oh, that's just something that you do in college. You go learn this specialized thing once you get there. I get there, everyone who's in this major has already like worked in programming to some degree. I'm like, huh, that's crazy. You were able to just learn that stuff before coming here? And that was another reason why I left early. I'm like, dude, most of this stuff you can just go learn on your own. Or you don't need a degree to find work in this. You don't need to go to college to build the portfolio to land a job doing this stuff. So I left. I'm like, dude, I'm paying a bunch of money to watch YouTube tutorials and work with open source software. What am I doing here? That said, I have come back around to valuing mentorship again. I do think that paid for mentorship is absolutely worth it. I think it just has to be a bit more specific than going to college and doing like general education for 2 years and then learning stuff that may get you a job. You can just you can just pay someone to teach you actual life skills that will net you the financial returns that you want. Because that's like, unless you're going for deep research and like PhDs or something, or you have some sort of specialty that you're just really about in life. Most people go to college so that way they can get a degree so they can get a better paying job. You don't need to go to college and do that to get a better paying job. There's a lot more modern types of education out there. And that's also something that I want to talk about on the other channel because, man, I'm such a big fan of that kind of education versus the more formal ones. That said, probably pursuing that degree probably would have been a really good place if I did. Everyone that I knew that graduated from that school, they're just rock stars now. It is what it is. Working on weaning out IRL workdays as YouTube scales. Yes, sir. I'm trying to stay at my two days a week, so that's why that's like an immediate motivator to stay consistent with this stuff, man. Because if this don't pan out, I'm gonna have to work more days. I'm gonna have to. Not that I don't like my job or anything, but I also like being able to spend time away and build something else. Or build stuff that will complement that business model as a whole, rather than just being a cog in it. Run my shop like 50 to 60 hours a week, right? And I 100% feel you on that one, because those are the kinds of hours I was working before the Lethal Company stuff took off. And luckily for me, when I was working those super long hours and being that rockstar head chef, I actually started becoming disenchanted with that stuff, and I wanted a way out. And YouTube because I was growing the YouTube channel in the way I was, I paved my way out of that, and I'm still very proud of that part, even if not where I used to be. But I think I'm in a very, like, overall, I think I'm in a much better place now compared to where I was back then. I'm making tea. Hope you're feeling going well and goes well. It's now 1 a.m. for me. Well, if you're still here, Kiwi, hope you have a good night. There was no obligation to stay, but very happy that you're here. Have a good night, Egg. If you're still here. Might need that book really bad with keeping my room tidy. Marie Kondo is the goat of cleaning stuff. I didn't know that you could create a career out of cleaning, but that's what she does. She goes to corporate offices and stuff and shows people how to tidy up their corporate spaces. And it applies to personal spaces as well. Marlboros are super, super pricey. Are they? Shoot, I just figured all cigarettes were expensive. I didn't smoke a whole lot. I wasn't like a pack-a-day smoker. I was more of like a 3 spliffs a day smoker. And it very rarely went over that. Like one, okay, except on days when I played Melee, but it was like 1 in the morning, 1 for lunch, 1 at night. It was kind of regimented. I never smoked a pack a day. Probably because I was broke. And I was trying to make it last, and I was I optimized. I was min-maxing how much I would have to smoke, like how much product I would have to use to get an amount of pleasure that would last me the entire day. Don't talk about the forbidden bank robbery of 1991. Luckily, I wasn't born yet. I'm not that old. I'm almost that old, but I'm not that old. Arc Raiders, my RL friends and I play it for funsies, right? Then we mix music and share. Ooh. Can't wait to watch you stream showing your grandkids your old-timey Among Us vids. That's gonna be very dependent on if I have kids. I don't think I'm of a financial stability to have kids. I'm also single, so there's also that part. I first need a partner that could potentially mother my children. And then the second part is, do we even want to have them in the first place? And then, are we ready for that kind of thing? And really, it's primarily a financial thing. And I guess there's a lot of stuff you can do mentally to make sure that you're mentally prepared to be a parent. I wish more people did that, actually. I don't think that you're ever going to be 100% ready. That's not something that you can just be ready for. But you can at least make sure that you're both, like you and your partner are both financially and emotionally stable enough to take on the responsibility of parenthood. And that is a crazy big responsibility. As someone like who grew up with not as great of an upbringing as I could have liked, I guess. Not an ideal one. That's kind of like an important thing for me. But yeah. Among Us and gaming in general save us from quarantine, right? That's why Fall Guys was like when Fall Guys dropped, that was probably, I said it in my last stream, probably the happiest, one of the happiest times I've ever, or one of the happiest moments of my life. Like that period of Fall Guys and just gaming with friends. That was a really good era for me. And I think it was for my real life friends as well. Sadly, my savior was Valorant. My savior was also Valorant because the first and only time I got COVID, I needed something to distract me from like how painful that was. And Valorant was there for me. That was when I learned Valorant because for some reason, locking in on Valorant helped me just ignore whatever pain I was going through from having COVID. At some point, Valorant was my most played game. I have like 330 hours in Valorant, which is a lot for like how much gaming I would do in the past. 330 hours was 3 times my Fall Guys hours, and Fall Guys was my previously most played game, at least on Steam. But 330 hours is a lot. And this is a secret that only the late night people are gonna hear, but I recently re-downloaded Valorant. Which people who know me in real life are gonna think that that's a crazy freaking statement to hear. But yeah. Also worked in healthcare at that time frame. Bro, working in healthcare during quarantine must have been actual hell. I didn't know that firsthand, but like my mom and aunt were also in healthcare at that time. So she was working pretty hard. What's crazy is that, well, I lived with my aunt at the time, and she never got COVID from working at the hospital, but she did get COVID from going to like this gym class. And then that's how I got it, because I never went anywhere, and then I got it from her at some point. How to grow as a streamer. Good clip. Clip that for you to edit that later. This is still in the recording. This is going in my high quota video, this entire thing. I don't think I'm gonna cut it out. I think I'm gonna leave it. Because another secret to YouTube is that the only metric that really matters and that drives more viewership and money is watch time. And you can only have a longer watch time if you have a longer video. So we're adding hours, or we're adding minutes to this high quota video that we are currently recording for. That's me. People don't look up cooking videos anymore. I think you should stream recipes and make them want to make it, since we are in an era we are used to getting told what they want to make. Right. I don't know if I would stream. Okay. I'm going to preface this by saying that I'm actually doing a sushi stream on December 3rd. So that is a week from today, next Wednesday, at around 2 or 3 p.m. PST, Pacific Standard Time. It's not going to be on my channel though. It's going to be on Wuzia's channel. Hopefully that shot. I'm like a bunch of messages behind. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do this for a second. So just so you guys can see, I should have done this a lot earlier, but just so you guys can see where I'm at, I think this is gonna be a lot more immersive. But yeah, next Wednesday, we're gonna be doing a sushi stream. I'm gonna show them how to make sushi and doing some other stuff. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be the first time. Well, it's gonna be the first time since an super old stream that I've done food on a live stream on Twitch, but it's gonna be like the first real one, and it's gonna be cool. I do watch a lot of food content on every platform, so I have a pretty good understanding of the culinary meta as far as food goes. And I think with a lot of the stuff that I make, I think leading with how to make whatever I'm doing is going to be a good way to go about it. I do think that storytelling is ultimately the overall winner. That's just independent of niche. But yeah. Anyway. 40. I'm not 40 years. 10 years from now I will be though. I'm 30 years old right now. I turned 31 in March. Have a good night, Faith. 4 a.m. Jeez. We can catch up another time. Yeah, I mean, I'll leave the VOD up as well. Night, Faith. So good too. I don't entirely remember what this was at. I'm so far behind now. Hi, future 10 years chef. Chat envy. AE. Thank you everyone for wishing Faith a good night. I want to talk about brain rot and internet drama that don't affect me at all. True. The don't affect me at all though. It's kind of like brain rot does affect you. It's just whether or not we're aware of it. And anyone who just heard that right now has the opportunity to like dive into that a bit more at some point the next time they're doom scrolling their brain rot. It has a bigger effect than people realize. I'm doing that no good stuff right now and I'm feeling sad about it now. You know, I mean, I think all that matters now is where you go from here, really. I mean, I still do like it's also just part of the human experience. I don't think anyone's perfect to the point where they're not up to no good stuff at some point in their lives or even in their daily things. That's just part of being human, I feel. I think that there's a lot of value in recognizing what parts aren't so good or parts that you might be able to do better and addressing those moving forward. Not that this is like a you thing, I'm also just speaking for myself as well. Because there's a lot of things that I can do to clean up my own act currently. And it is something that I do think about at the end of the day and try to address in future days. I don't always get it, but as long as I get something, you know, one new good thing a day tends to yield some crazy results. Especially if you uphold, or especially when I uphold the previous changes that I've made or previous adjustments. At some point it starts stacking up, it starts adding up. Everyone was already doing stuff. I feel really lost. You know, Bread has something in his Discord status saying that comparison is the thief of joy. And I think that is absolutely true, especially when you start comparing your own progress or your own life to other people out there. I think because, you know, there's just, with the raw number of people there are in the world, there's just going to be people who are farther along and there are going to be people who aren't as far along than you, no matter where you are at life. If there's anything to really compare or that makes sense to compare to, it's not to other people, but it's to where you've been in the past, even if it's just yesterday or like a couple hours before. I don't think it's very productive to compare your own life to other people's, especially as far as progress goes. I think it makes a lot more sense to just focus on how much progress you're making and whether or not you're okay with that. And if you are, then keep going, and if you're not, then it's time to make some changes. And it's okay to make changes. It's okay to like not be exactly where you want to be, regardless of like how much effort was put into that. I think the important part is to put that effort in moving forward. I don't want to like speak in this way where it's just like, yeah, I have all the answers and stuff. But this is also the stuff that I tell myself. Bro, min-max. Oh, Mom just wants the best in the way she told is the best, Nubby. Wait, hold on. That's exactly what I'm saying. My mom thinks I'm crazy. You know, the best way to dissuade any thoughts of craziness is to get results that are just undeniable. Like, you just have to... Like, I think most endeavors sound crazy, especially like the worthwhile ones sound crazy to most people. and then you can just shut them all up all at once when you prove that it works and that path works. I think Alex Hormozy says something about like doing so much, like when you pursue something, to do so much volume that it would be unreasonable for you to fail or to not find success. I think that's really all it is. As long as you believe in it enough, just keep going for it, really. If anything, if people are calling you crazy for something, that's usually a good sign that you should keep going, because that's going to be something that you personally enjoy and that other people just find so crazy that it's not even worth pursuing. So you won't really have a lot of competition. That's something that Naval Ravikant talks about also. Like find something that feels like play to you but looks like work to others, because then you just won't ever, like, no one's going to compete with that. Because you're just doing it because you enjoy that shit. Whereas other people are going to have to put in real effort to even try and match what you're trying to do. Prove her belief right in your own way, right? Results tend to be undeniable. Bro, min-max drugs. I'm a bit of a min-maxer. That's tough. Most endeavors in life are tough. The worthwhile ones. There's like two overarching types of tough when it comes to this kind of thing. There's the tough of actually putting in the work required to actually get the results that you want. And then there's a tough of just leading the life that you currently have, knowing that you might be capable of the thing you said you'd be capable of if you just put in effort. One of those hurts a lot more in the long term. I think I'd rather just put in the effort and have an answer at the end of my life if I was able to actually like do what I needed to do, versus spending my life wondering if I would be capable. I'd rather just do stuff. Adoption might be the route. I'm thinking about it. I think like this is a big reason why I like being in content creation and the education sector and talking about stuff like this. I would very much like to be in a role where people who want to do what I do, or at least find success in some sort of way, like find inspiration from me to actually go and do things. I think that's like the ideal kind of relationship for me. It's not really like a parent and child type thing, but like the mentor and apprentice type thing, or just mentor and student type relationship. I would like to have a lot of those. I think that would be really cool. But I don't know how much I want to be directly involved like in my students' lives, which is why content creation and writing books is a very appealing end game for me, because I can make myself available to people at scale. I can make myself available to a bunch of people, and like all the knowledge or whatever perspective that I have, I can make it available to a bunch of people while still preserving the 24 hours of time and attention that I have every day. Because that's like, I want to be available to people, but I don't want to always be personally available, if that makes sense. There's a big difference there. Because I very much value the 24 hours that I have in the day, and especially the ones that I'm awake. And it's also why I don't want to do like the fine dining stuff as an end game. I just don't think a service-based business model is going to be my end goal. Because then the moment I stop providing that service is the moment I stop making an income, and that wouldn't be ideal for me in the long term. The alternative for that would be that I start hiring people to provide the services that I want to provide. But then now I'm spending my attention managing a team of people, and I don't know how much I want to do that either. Especially when, at least at this time. At this time, I'd rather just build out a lot more hands-off type income makers. Like with YouTube, you know, I put up a YouTube video. That video makes money for me for life. It's not making a lot for me right now, but it is making money for me without any extra effort, which I enjoy. And I'd like more of that. And there are a lot smarter ways to do that than just relying on ad revenue from YouTube. And it's also why I don't take on sponsorships, because the moment I start taking on sponsorships, it's the same thing. I have to start giving attention to entities, people that I don't want to give my attention to, and I'd rather not do that. How's it going, Thai boy? If it's not too late. Hello, hello. Mossy Bagel, hello. If I had to babysit my family's kids, I'd go insane. Thank God they can support them alone. I don't mind babysitting and stuff. I just don't want to be the... And it's kind of the same when it comes to pets too. I like visiting. I like visiting kids and pets. I'm not entirely confident that I'd do well as a primary caretaker at this time. And I think with where my life has been so far, I think that's completely valid. And I also make sure that I make life choices where I don't end up as the primary caretaker for like people who would be dependent on me. Average resource needed to get a child to live till till he's $250,000. Quantities could vary depending on how the future evolves into. Right. That's actually a lot less than I thought it would be. 250,000. But the money's the easy part. The money's the easy part. I might be a little insane looking at $250,000 thinking that's not a lot of money, but because the people that I learn from and the people that I look at, to them $250,000 is pocket change. $250,000 would be a life-changing amount for me. If I had an extra 250K right now, I'd be doing things a lot different right now. But I guess we can start there. That's kind of a fun number to have in the arsenal, though. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Brody Emo 12, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Sniff the new chatter. Director of a whole retirement home during COVID. Dang, Scooby, you got like adult jobs, man. We're clip farming. That's the whole point of streaming. If you go watch Ludwig's How to Grow as a Streamer, the whole point of streaming is to get a clip out of it. And if you're not getting clips out of your stream, then you're not entertaining. It is what it is. I have a very similar belief, whereas that if you cannot make entertaining long-form content, curated long-form content to YouTube or TikTok, specifically long-form content. Let's go with long-form content. If your long-form content is not interesting, then your stream is not interesting. Your stream is actually 100 times worse, because that's all a stream is. A stream is a long-form video piece of content. And if you can't make a curated version of that, like a shorter version of that, and make it entertaining, then there's a problem. There's a problem if your goal is to be entertaining at scale. And that kind of brings me back to an original point that I was talking about how like all this recording and not streaming thing only matters if your end goal is to be a big streamer who does this professionally. If your main goal is to like make friends and just kind of make yourself available to your friends and community that show up while you're live, you don't need to do that whole YouTube thing to do that. And you know, I've met some people who are very happy to show up for their community and just kind of hang out with the people that they do have. And I think that is something special that I've come to appreciate a lot more in recent times compared to before. Because I think, like, you know, I do have a Discord and a quote unquote community, but it's not like a close knit community like some of the ones that I've seen in recent times. And I'm a lot closer to people who are not in my Discord than the people who are. Not a bad thing, it's just an observation, and also a difference in goals, right? Like, because the whole reason the Discord exists is so that like my viewers can get together and talk with each other, but not necessarily to talk to me, if that makes sense. That probably doesn't sound entirely great, but that's just how it is. It's also why I'm not personally crazy active in there, but I might be active elsewhere. I slept in my office sometimes because they were so short-staffed and everything. Yeah, when I was the head chef at the other place that I used to work at, I would sleep in my car during my lunch breaks. But it is what it is. Just kind of had to, and when you're in like the leading role, you kind of just have to get things done, because if it's not you, then no one else is gonna do it. Also, shout out Uzia one more time. People will forget they're watching a solo quota until you mention Drew. I'm gonna have to get back to this at some point, but I'm not at the end yet. Don't tell me you're I'm not ending yet. I'm actually in the middle of a run. I'm actually in the middle of a run, and I'm only on like quota 2. I just happened to go on a really long rant in the middle of quota 2. So if we keep this conversation going, I might be here for a while. Otherwise, I might be ending after the end of this run. How's it going, Anthron? We're self-reflect. True. It's one of the deep. Yep, one of them deep streams. When we compare it, no one has the exactly same progress in life. Kind of not exact. Kind of nonsense to compare. Focus on your own progress and learn from the others while being constant. Yes. This is also like the biggest advantage everyone has. Their own life story. Like even if it's not going like how you wanted, it's still your own story. And really, this is something that has been my own driving factor. Like the one thing that can just wipe out every single like mistake / bad thing you've ever done in life is to just become super ultra successful to some capacity. So for me at one point in life, that was reaching the YouTube partner threshold and being able to pay for all my bills for a year off just YouTube revenue and something that I built for myself. That felt like I didn't throw my life away doing all that stuff, because it eventually got onto a path where I was building something for myself. And now we're kind of just on that path again, just on a different level than before. And it feels good to be back here. It feels good. Feels good. Bro, you got an adult job. Brother, we're the same age and I literally own a bong shop in fucking Arkansas. Dude, you know how few people own their own stuff? I have like mad respect for people who run their own stuff, who run businesses and all that. People say business owners are the enemy. They're not, man. If anything, being a business owner or like entrepreneur should be like someone's end goal. If your end goal is to become a content creator, your real end goal is to become a business person and to become an entrepreneur. Being a content creator is entrepreneurship. Becoming a professional streamer is entrepreneurship. You're gonna have like that. It is what it is. It's just a type of that. And I think the sooner that people start seeing that it's more than just gaming and it's actually more of a business, I think people will start seeing the success, the financial returns that they're looking for, the growth that they're looking for. Dude, you just take all of like the business and marketing tactics and apply it to gaming, and then you're winning. It's crazy. Imo, you're doing better. So much so I'm cleaning my problems tomorrow with my 2A. Let's go. Gotta start somewhere, right? I'm glad that this is inspiring you, Scooby. It makes me glad that I met you recently and that we played Arc Raiders at one time. Because without that, I'm not sure that we'd both be here right now. Watching Terminal while old man yaps about wisdom talk as the title for the video. I can see the less than 1% click-through rate as we speak. It wouldn't be the first time that I uploaded a video of me just yapping at the terminal, and those videos performed horribly. So I'm just throwing it in the middle of a high quota run and sending it. But yeah. Company is loading random stuff and tell us to wait until they Okay, it looks like I've reached the end of the comment section here. Guys, watch this be the run. Watch this be the run, right? This run where I got 214 on quota 1 day 1. And the reason why I'm not able to submit it is because I took the gameplay off the screen for so long that it became a possibility for me to cheat this, and I just completely modified everything while I was yapping. Hey, honestly, if I was able to modify the game files to give me the best seeds and the best spawns while I was having that deep of a conversation, I think that would be worthy of conversation and study. That is not what I did, though. Oh, that's right. My bad. I forgot we're in the era of vlogs, so I'd be okay. Maybe I'm like thinking of some antiquated rule set. Hey, shout out to the high quota headquarters people who put together stuff like this to make it a lot easier to catch cheating and not. Okay, Nubby just gave me a really good reason to continue this run and actually go the distance, because that would be absolutely hilarious. Do you think this would qualify under the being a serious run category, because Okels was in here last time because I was talking about like minimum requirements to submit for a high quota run, and apparently the only minimum requirement now is that it was a serious run. You know what? If anything, this is probably the most serious run that's ever been run for high quota. Cause we got real serious right there. Know what I'm saying? That was some real serious talk right there. And now we gotta come back to unserious Lethal Company for a little bit. I was at some point asked to be a verifier, but dude, I'm probably like the worst person to be a verifier. I'm only just now starting to watch high quota footage, and that's because I want to get into high quota also. I did not watch enough Lethal Company to want to verify that stuff. I was also kind of on my way out at that point, I think, too. So there was that. But shout out to everyone who did. That's a lot of footage to watch, man. That is a lot. Well, shout out to everyone who still does that. Okay. Anyway, now we can continue. I think now we continue. We're on quota 2 of all quotas. Quota 2, 221. I bought stuff. Let's try to reframe back into being a gamer. I have 3 shovels. I have 2 shovels. Bro, what? I bought 2 shovels? I thought I bought 3. Am I on day... Whatever. I got 2 shovels. I got 3 lockpickers. Do I not have like a secret 3rd shovel over here? I got 2 weed killers. Am I still on... Did I not buy the company cruiser? I didn't buy the company cruiser. Doesn't matter. I was supposed to. I guess we just go back to adamants. Because I don't have enough to go to... I don't have enough to go to Artifice yet. So the goal for quota 2 is to get enough to go to Artifice for quota 3. Acid up. Never mind. We're going to ass. Because adult job Scooby said to ass it up. I gotta represent one time for all the actual adults in chat. I've been surrounded by all these youngins who keep calling me unk and shit. I gotta represent for the 30-year-olds. Imagine calling someone 30 an unk. I think people who are 30 are still young as hell. I just think people who are in their younger 20s are too baby to realize that. Yeah, not enough life experience to understand where unk status really is at. Yeah, I think people in their 40s are still young. Who's ready for that conversation? Why did I see red? Did I see a turret down there? No. Lock the door. Hopefully that's not full progress, but it might be. Hey, let's go, Froggy. I like all my older adult friends. Wait, didn't you just say that 30s is not old, Chef? Why are you saying older? The weather is nice, is creeping up real soon. Yeah. I'm not much of a small talker. I only talk big, man. I live in San Diego. Weather's the same. What do you want to order, man? Imagine if I was that rude to customers. Jesus. It's like such an intimate setting too, where I serve food. Like at that point it's personal. I do not have like the same work environment as like most kitchens. I have like no reason to be rude like that. Unless it's to my friends. Sometimes I do it for comedic effect. Yeah, I was born in 95, March 6th. Dude, I was thinking the other day, because one of my friends quote unquote leaked that her birthday was in 99, and I was just thinking like, man, there are full-fledged like people who are allowed to legally drink alcohol in the States who were born after the year 2000. That's crazy to me. R4. I might pull the apparatus. I can get into R4. I'm older. Hey, shoutouts to the one person in chat who's defeated by being younger. Who feel usually it's the other way around. People want to be the younger one. People who are slightly older will understand that being older is kind of lit. That's okay. The youngins will catch up and realize that at some point. In Bread chat, I'm an outlier. Welcome to Chef Austin chat, where everyone who's a regular here is around our age. Shout out Greg. That's something I liked about Bread. I mean, he's a youngin' and he's still grinding super hard. I have massive respect for the younger kids who understand, or like who have a crazy work ethic. And demonstrate it through action rather than just talk. What game system did I grow up with? My first real game system was just a regular old Game Boy. I played Paperboy. That was like the first ever video game I remember playing. But I had like all the systems. Game Boy. I had an NES. I think I only really started gaming harder when I got a Nintendo 64. Had Paperboy on an arcade system. A Sega Genesis? Ooh. That's actually one that I didn't touch all that much. My favorite arcade games... Okay, I guess this is the part where it's like, hey Austin, if you had all these crazy life experiences, why are you saying like you didn't have the best childhood ever? But one of my favorite arcade games growing up was when I was on the Disney cruise. Yeah, I know, crazy. On a Disney cruise, it was called Ocean Hunter. Ocean Hunter is like a super cool game, and apparently a rare one. I think if I ever find myself with a bunch of money, I'm probably gonna buy myself a copy of Ocean Hunter. A copy as in like the actual arcade game. NES and a Dreamcast? One of my neighbors had a Dreamcast, so I played the Dreamcast like once as a child. Also the like and then actually I did really start getting into gaming with like PlayStation and Xbox. GameCube. I mostly just played with my brother because I have a brother that was a year younger than me. And then at some point I lived in a neighborhood with a bunch of kids my age. And when we weren't outside touching grass, we would sometimes go inside and play video games. I might take a peek at main. It's kind of early still. What do we think? The other arcade game that I liked a whole lot was Derby Owner Club, which is a horse racing game. I would go to the local Dave & Buster's at least once a week to play that game with my stepsisters. I only played it because my stepsisters were very much into horses, or at least like that game. And then when I played it, I was like, yo, this is actually the best arcade game I've ever played, unironically. And that probably still holds true to this day. Like the day I stopped going to Dave & Buster's was the day when they took out Derby Owners Club. Age of Empires 2 and Halo 2. Man. Love the Halo games. Why is this open? Or are there two doors open? Got stuff? Oh my god. Okay, let's not die now. Hey, what up, Vocal? White Monster float? Brother, you're drinking White Monster at 2 in the morning? Jesus. And it bangs. What, banging your mom? Jesus. What happened? We had such deep conversations, and then now Okos comes in and we're talking about banging his mom. That's crazy. Sometimes it's who you know, not what you know. Shout outs to everyone enjoying a White Monster float in chat. I'm just kidding. It's really funny. Just there were the worms the whole time. Bro, why did I pull more on Assurance than I did on Titan? I'm embarrassing. But I'm also very comfortable here compared to everywhere else. I said at some point during the stream that my current personal best for a solo high quota is around 1500 or so, and I did that doing Assurance only. I think Assurance only is like my most played moon of all of them. 514. That was no beehives. That was also a pretty good seed for me too. Going to go to sleep, but I decided against it. I was also gonna not play Lethal Company tonight and decided against it, so we're in a similar boat right now. I don't want to do Foggy. I want to be able to see. I'm gonna go to Adamants. Oh, I was supposed to... Wait, I can still do it. I was gonna say, I was supposed to buy the company cruiser so I can get the clipboard back, but there's nothing stopping me from doing that right now. I regret the White Monster float. Oh no, dude. Do I have it up here? I was gonna say, do you know what would be a good good caffeine alternative to White Monster float? It would be, if you go to the Drink Gamer Grill Egg Goblin collection, it would be the Wormhole Focus Powder drink. That is a good caffeine alternative to Monster and similar energy drinks that have high sugar content. I've been drinking that one. Has some good stuff for your brain. Has L-theanine, so that way you don't get too crazy on the caffeine intake, or like it doesn't give you like palpitations or whatever, or make your chest tight, give you anxiety or whatever that caffeine normally does. It has good stuff. Nootropics, adaptogens, keywords, buzzwords. I actually do drink this stuff. It's downstairs, with my gray matter lemonade. Yerba's cool too. Don't the canned ones have like a lot of sugar in it though? Or do you like make your own yerba mate? I actually looked at, oh never mind, I was thinking of Gamer Subs, not G Fuel. I should look at what G Fuel has also. I don't think I'd switch because well, the lemonade that I drink, the gray matter lemonade, which is under the lemonade tab, has actually just been very good for me, and I've been drinking that for like 6 months almost religiously, and I've been just completely replaced my need for coffee, especially like sugary coffee drinks with that. And now that Egg has their own focus drink also, I now have 2 different drinks that I can drink. Because, dude, at some point, you know, strawberry lemonade is great and all, but when you drink it every day for 6 months, it's like, dude, this is... I kind of need to change it up. I actually need to change my... I mean, Gray Matter has another flavor. They have a tangerine flavor. I just keep forgetting to change it to tangerine. So I just keep getting more strawberry lemonade. I'm like, damn it, bro, I just got more strawberry lemonade. And it's even worse because my aunt has it also, and she gets 2 bags every time she gets an order. So we always just have a bunch of strawberry lemonade everywhere, which is nice because I have a bag at work and then I have a bag at home, so I just don't have to think about when or where I'm gonna drink that stuff. But yeah, it's nice. Whether or not you believe like focus drinks and stuff are good is up to you. All I know is that sugar in energy drinks and sodas is just not good for you. So I'd rather just give the alternative a chance, and I'm glad that I did. Ogles, thanks for the sub, dude. Yucky, but I ate a whole bowl of it trying to decide whether or not I liked it. Wait, what? I've never had an energy drink before. Do they do anything or just for taste? They have like anywhere between 200 to 400 milligrams of caffeine depending on which one you drink. And they also have a lot of sugar. So most people drink it for that energy spike and then they crash later. And a lot of people like it a lot, not just because of the caffeine, but also because the amount of sugar that it has. And then because they're spiking with that much caffeine and sugar, it's hard to make any other drinks really feel exciting. This is also coming from someone who used to drink a lot of Red Bulls as well. Like college, I drank a lot of vodka Red Bull, and then after college, it became vodka, like tequila vodka or vodka tequilas. Sorry, not vodka tequila. What am I saying? Red Bull tequila. Vodka tequila is actually kind of crazy and has no caffeine in it. Regret the white. I see. I'm also not a very big fan of floats. I'd rather just have the ice cream and the drink separately. I don't think I've ever been into it. Never get an energy drink with sugar, right? So my problem, I also really liked Celsius. My problem with Celsius is that they were 200 milligrams of caffeine, and I got to the point where drinking 2 of them wasn't enough. And you know, the max daily recommended dose of caffeine is 400 milligrams. I only know this because I went over it one time and it was really bad. Like I had to leave work, go to urgent care and stuff, just overdoing it on caffeine. And at some point, and right after that, like after going to urgent care and just like being in the most miserable state, one of the most miserable physical states I've ever been in my life, I came out of that with like a caffeine sensitivity, and anytime any amount of caffeine like touched my lips or went into my body, I would just have breathing problems, and it was It was horrible. And I forced my way back into it once I started working in food again, because I wasn't working in food at the time. And I went back to food at some point, and I started getting, and then, you know, the coffee guys were really nice and would hook me up with some coffee. And I just kept taking sips until I was able to brute force my way back to a caffeine tolerance. And I've just been very wary of not getting above a certain point ever since then. So like the Grey Matter lemonade has 75 milligrams per serving. The Egg Goblin Focus powder has 100 milligrams. And as long as I don't like double or triple up on that, I'll be okay. It's not 600, it's 400. Also, thanks for gifting a sub to Phantom. Now everyone who's been here for a while is gonna not have to sit through ads every half hour or however, whatever the frequency is. Used to drink 1 to 2 sodas every day throughout early high school. The thing is, when you do it early, you're kind of so young that you can kind of just tank it. I'm starting to see why people say, like, once you get into your 30s, 40s, etc., you start feeling the compounding results of the decisions you've made earlier in life. A lot of people just say that, oh, once you get to this age, your body starts breaking down. It's like, no, that's not how that works. There are people who are like 50, 60, 70 years old who are in way healthier shape than some younger people who are younger than me. And what really happens is that you become old enough to where the decisions you made prior really start adding up. Like, you know, 10 years of smoking and doing substances, eating fast food, drinking crazy amounts of caffeine unregulated, started to add up at some point, and it reached a boiling point. And I'm just glad it didn't go farther than that. I recently met a guy who went blind from drinking energy drinks. And the only difference was he went from drinking 1 energy drink to drinking 2 energy drinks. And it was only 2 weeks after he switched to drinking 2 energy drinks where his like retina exploded or something. And now all of a sudden he's blind, like in his mid-30s. I was like, damn, son. Luckily at that point I was already cutting out of my caffeine, and that was around the time when I switched from drinking coffee over to like the Grey Matter lemonade stuff. I'm like, I feel justified in this decision. That's like the most justified I've ever felt from an external source. I already had the internal source of having gone over the threshold personally. But damn, I didn't go blind, bro. Going blind is crazy. Only do 200 max, right? So if I drink 1 Grey Matter and 1 Egg Goblin, usually I drink the Grey Matter one in the morning, and then I drink the Egg Goblin one before I go work out. Sometimes I do a half dose of the Wormhole powder, just because doing 100 milligrams at night isn't always the wisest decision. But because of my current sleep schedule, it's fine if I'm up for a little bit at night. I try not to go over that. I sometimes go over it because the coffee shop across from my work sometimes brings a coffee to me, but even then, it's still under 300 usually. But yeah, I might be doing 200 to 400 a day. That's still within the threshold, but I mean, Scooby has also worked in medical, so 200 max is probably a good number. We're a community here now. Hey, why is there a random 6-7? What is this? My mom went blind because of living near a chicken farm? How does that work? Going to a work vacant event today. Hope we get a job and return the gift to the community. Hey. Good luck with getting the job. Think of this. Gonna head to sleep so I can wake up ASAP and drink more caffeine. Valid. Good night, Larry. Good night, man. Have a great Thanksgiving. You, Yvonne, your mom, your family and stuff. If I don't talk to you before then. Guys, go follow Larry or Shirt113 over on YouTube, actually. Go follow him on YouTube, Shirt113. He's the guy that I talk YouTube stuff with the most. Good friend of mine, IRL as well. Yeah. I said 60 to 70 years. Oh. Dude, there's like 2 zeros in between those. I'll be working Thanksgiving, unfortunate. That's the industry, baby. That's shout outs to everyone in the service industry who be working on Thanksgiving. I am going into the shop on Thanksgiving, but so I can make my family a platter. I'm kind of waiting to hear back from someone to see if I'm making them one also on Thanksgiving. Because I'm like, I'm gonna be there anyway, so if anyone wants a platter on Thanksgiving, I'll just make it. Might as well make it worth more worth my time. But yeah, I'm not counting that as working. It's just funny because I work Tuesdays and Thursdays. Those are the 2 days that I work at my day job. And I had the realization today, I'm like, wait a minute, Thursday is Thanksgiving. That means I only work 1 day. I brought it up to my uncle and was like, yo, I'm only working 1 day. Pretty sweet, right? And he said, oh, yeah, that's right. Can you work Friday? I'm like, fuck. All right, yeah, I'll work Friday. Because our other chef is taking some time off. She usually works Wednesday and Friday. And whenever she needs time off, I pick that up. I don't mind picking up hours. It's good money. But I also don't need to take on any more hours. And I'm very thankful to be in that kind of position. We're gonna go to Adamant's now. Before I forget what I'm doing. 19. Also, Kurt very much into Arc Raiders right now. It's been like, if I'm not playing Arc Raiders with Egg, I'm probably playing Arc Raiders with Larry with a shirt. It's been tough telling him no the past few days that I'm not gonna play Arc Raiders because I want to focus. I'm like in a headspace where I'm really just down to focus on YouTube and streaming and stuff. And playing Arc Raiders hasn't been the most conducive to progress in that respect. I'm probably still gonna make more Arc Raiders videos. I think that's still gonna happen. I'm just not very inclined to after the first one didn't do all too great. Now, there are reasons why I think that video didn't do too great. I did get lazy at some point. You know, I was gonna do a fully scripted thing for that. And instead of it being fully scripted, I ended up doing a 3-minute script and then just an hour of gameplay. But that one, okay, that one also falls back into the category of making videos that I want very specific people to watch. And in that case, the specific people that I really wanted to watch that one were Egg, Scrumbo, and Larry and Shirt. Because that was the first time I really got to like game with Egg and Scrumbo outside of one of their community night type things, with just with them, and have like a good old time with them. And I really just wanted to highlight their personalities somehow in video format and like the time that we had together. So I hope they watched that at some point. It actually made me really happy when Nico Flow Live sent me a message saying that he was watching the Arc Raiders video and he just really enjoyed listening to like Egg and Scrumbo talk during that video and like the conversations we were having, and that they just have nice voices to listen to. I was like, yeah, they do have nice voices to listen to, actually. You know. And then Shirt, you know, that it's been a long time since we've done something together gaming wise, so to have an opportunity to like record something with him, that was pretty sweet also. Wanna arc some raiders and carry me? Ayy. Maybe at some point. I'll play again at some point for sure. My arc rating is not over. It's just hard to prioritize it over a lot of the things that I want to do at this time. Dude, I played so much Uma Musume when it first came out, or when I first got onto it. And this actually goes back to Derby Owner Club, right? So, Derby Owner Club was a game where you race horses, and you race them. So when I saw Nico playing Uma Musume on his Twitch stream, it was during a very busy time, like sushi time for me. And I looked at the game, I watched him play, I looked at the gameplay loop, and like, I told him, dude, the moment I download this game and play it, I'm cooked, because I know how much I enjoy this gameplay loop. And yeah, I don't play it as much. nowadays. I haven't played it since Taurus Cup. But I should. I actually considered playing it tonight because the last YouTube video of mine that did really well was when I did a guts only run with Symboli Rudolph. And the only reason I stopped playing was because I saw that there were some updates coming out specifically for Spark re-rolling and auto campaign and auto careers. And I just rolled way too many like 1-star guts Umas, and I was like, dude, what? It became a thing where I was doing it for fun, raising the horses and building out a team to the point where I could maintain like class 6 rank without changing anything up. So I was kind of just doing careers, hopefully that I get the right sparks. And when I saw that update was coming, I'm like, dude, I might as well just wait for that, and then I can kind of focus on other stuff in my life instead of just full sending Uma Musume. That said, I'm such a big nerd fan of the Horse Girl universe. I'm like fully caught up on all the anime and manga for Uma Musume. I've said that I said on the last stream that Daitaku Helios is my favorite of the Horse Girls. And I'm probably going to make Uma Musume content at some point again. I am Horse Girl pilled. And I think anyone who isn't just never really gave it a chance. Even if you don't like the game, dude, even like the anime and stuff and the story is really good. And you learn a lot of horse history too if you actually just get into that. I'm very much the fact that it's tied to actual history is super interesting to me. And that was also the appeal of one of my favorite anime ever, Bungo Stray Dogs. That was like what's it called? A very pivotal, not pivotal, but that anime was very big on my own development as a person. Bungo Stray Dogs, and that one was based on like actual Japanese literary figure. Jesus Christ. Is this not the way? It is the way. Bro, I might just go. I might just have to do ass, man. I just have to commit to being an ass man. I don't know why I'm trying. Only know Golshi and Agnes Tachyon because they're crazy. That's all I know about that. Hey, those are some good ones to know, though. Also, I need to go back because it's late already. I think I'm gonna have to be an assurance gamer for a little bit. I only avoided it because it was foggy, but yeah. Miss out on the free. I did miss on the 10 free daily rolls. I had my friend tell me like, bro, come back. You're missing out on some rolls. But I don't get like FOMO like that. I'm gonna have fun regardless of when I come back. If I let like fear of missing out guide my life, I'd be stressed all the time, I think, because there's so much to miss out on in life. So I try to lead a life where I don't let that kind of thing guide my decision making. The only exception is if the FOMO happens to be with like spending time with people specifically. Oh my god. Big fan of another game series they made that's more of a rhythm game type. That's only available. Rhythm game. I like me some rhythm gaming. Only available on the JP servers though, dang. Uh-oh. Where are we at? Oh! Why didn't I go to assurance? This place sucks. Okay. I'm aware of that game. Only because I somewhat looked into Cygames at some point, but not enough to know what the game was about. Just that this wasn't their first rodeo in gacha. Getting close to the end of service. Is it because like Uma Musume is just completely taking over? I mean, they have every reason to just full send the horse girls. Anyone else keeping up with Cinderella Grey right now, by the way? The anime is going crazy. I risk it. There's a worm! I don't wanna. Wait, 1,500 carats right now? I might have to boot up the game. I mean, I was planning on booting up Uma Musume anyway. Because I want to see how another Uma Musume video will do on the channel also. I remember telling Nico at some point that if I gained a following playing Uma Musume, that I'd be cooked. Or that it would be a game that I can actually just commit to also. Turns to Stormy though. I don't want to do Stormy. I don't want to get struck by lightning, man. Don't gotta be a dead man's party at all. Shout out to anyone that knows Oingo Boingo. Oh, I left like... Okay, well I get one more clipboard when I blow up the company cruiser the first time. But I left it again. Oh, okay, so the rhythm game's probably a different version than, or a different game that I was thinking of. I think the one I was thinking of was more like Uma Musume, not a rhythm game. I'm gonna get punked in there somehow. I feel it in my bones. Rock protect you. True. We're getting into like... It's starting to get into late hours for me also. I'm definitely not as sharp as... Fuck me. Bro, what? What do I do here? Did I come here too early? No, I think we're okay. Yeah, we're okay. We're okay, we're okay. Should have just tried the stormy weather, man. Should have just weathered the storm. Metal Master shiny colors. Oh, there's the one beehive. Is that true? It goes... Why would it go up? If it goes up on... That's like information that I just didn't know. That's crazy. 140? You're absolutely worth it. Surely that's like an Unk level troll, right? That's also an Unk level troll. What the hell? almost shouldn't have killed that. Also, look at this crazy loot room. What the f— I didn't mean to go inside. What? That's crazy. I will not die to a Bracken today. Not today. I refuse to be punked. I might die to his jump though. That hurt my throat actually with that one, because I was like mid gasp before when I realized what buttons I was inputting for that. Oh my god, dude. I might not get punked by the Bracken, but I might punk myself with these eggs. Jesus. Oh, hit that. Shout out to Ellie. Is that a coil head? Fuck this, dude. What? I'm going back to S where it's safe. That's not even true. I'm going to Artifice next, where we can do some real gaming for once. You flick a lot? Hey man, I'm just doing what I gotta do. Wait for another vertical parking job on art. Listen, I've practiced it in my head at least like twice since that jump. I don't know if I can repeat such crazy and meticulous and intentional art as that one. Ain't no one seen a cruiser jump like that before. Why did I pick this one? Oh, well. Why did I even put the key here? I could have just ran with this. Steph Neutron got a Brain Blast. Oh, there's a dog now. Bro, I came back here for a magnifying glass. It should be like this, so that way if I need to drop weight, I can drop it this way. It should actually be like this. What the fuck is that? Oh, hell no. Yo, that was a giant and a dog spawn. I'm good. Understood. Did you guys see that? Was that not insane? I hate this place. I'm going back to March. Look at this. I want to go to Artifice at least once today. I haven't gone to Artifice in the 5 hours that I've been live. I've been live for 5 hours? Jesus, bro. Have I been keeping up on the breadsheet? Guys, I don't think I've been keeping up on the breadsheet. No, I didn't do the breadsheet yesterday. How my numbers are all. Wait. We can do math. No, this is incorrect. Because I don't know. I didn't even do my cell on the. Oh, whatever. I'll just fix it afterwards. Listen, man, this is the first time I ever needed a spreadsheet for my runs. So I need to sell enough to go to Artifice. I have 329. I can at least use this part. Target number is... What do I have? I have this. I have lockpickers. I have weed killer. The key. Two shovels. Two shovels and Artifice. I need 1560. Terminal, I have 329. Quota is 221. Need to sell 1076. What it's telling me. Right, because quota's 221? Yeah. For good practice, we'll take this stuff out. I should have checked if there was a discount first. I'll bring two just in case. Just in case I leave one at main for some reason. Imagine if I sold 100 less though. I was not expecting the numbers to show up again. Oh, I guess this is a good time for ads, because I'm going to use the restroom real quick before we continue from here. $361. Let's see what Artifice looks like first. Mild weather. Cool. We're going to go to Artifice, but I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Since I've been sitting here for 5 hours. I'll be right back. Oh, hey. How's it going, Nubby? Yeah. Doing boomer things is crazy. The real question is, now that I'm on Artifice, do I hit an Ultra Pouch one time? I feel like that's committing to being up for a lot longer if I do this. But we do gotta lock in for Artifice. Oh, these little focus pouches. They're not Zins. Like a... Now we're gonna... I have to think about how I'm gonna spend the next few hours, because if... Well, I'm good for one quota here, because there's 3 days. I want to lock in. Let's do this. It's gamer hours now. This is... I'm on the fence about something. So I said that I would stream on Wednesdays. It's technically Wednesday right now. So does this count as a Wednesday stream? The only place I got to be today for Wednesday is Korean barbecue for... No, wait. I have to message my uncle saying that Daniel's working tomorrow. So I gotta be somewhere for dinner tomorrow. But also, this isn't gonna... Like, I'm gonna be up for 2 hours regardless of how this goes. So this is like the non-caffeine version of... And the non-drink version of that Focus Lemonade and the Focus Powder... The Focus Lemonade that I like and the Focus Powder that Egg sells. This has like the same nootropic stuff in there. Like the alpha GPC, L-theanine, like all that stuff. But zero caffeine. It's something that I've experimented with because since I work out super late at night, super late being like 8:30 at night, at some point drinking the caffeine, especially when I needed to wake up earlier, that late at night was not ideal. So I was looking for non-caffeine alternatives. This stuff has been like on my Instagram feed for a while. And first they started pushing it as just like focus stuff, so when you need like study or lock in to do work, that's when you take it. But then they started pushing it as a potential fitness product also. So something that you can take before locking in for a workout. So I experimented with this as a pre-workout, like a non-caffeine pre-workout. And honestly, it was kind of nice. It was kind of nice. And this stuff does not, well, this is like a tropical flavor. I was gonna say this stuff doesn't burn my gums like Zins would. I never understood the appeal of Zins, like the nicotine pouches. I did not like those. One, I don't really like menthol flavored stuff, and that it was just all menthol. And two, I felt like the nicotine had too much of a direct hit to my blood, like to my blood system, and it would just make me nauseous. And everyone that's used it said, dude, you just gotta like get past that initial hump of not being used to it and then you'll be good. I'm like, why am I doing this? Why am I getting used to nicotine intake, like an uncomfortable nicotine intake? I can just not do this. So yeah, did not enjoy those. I do enjoy these. It's just a super early morning stream. True. I might count it. It depends. I might also just stream after dinner tomorrow. That also depends. It really depends what the vibes of the dinner are like tomorrow. Because I don't know what's gonna happen. I might be food coma after. I might drink a little bit. We'll see. I'm a pretty responsible drinker though. I didn't end. Because we're still on the same run. We finally reached quota 3. Yeah. Last time I had pre-workout, I felt bugs under my skin. Yeah, I haven't used like a bona fide pre-workout. I've mostly just used my focus drinks because it has the caffeine in it. It gives me mental clarity, and usually the body will follow. And I've used the focus drink for work as well, and it gets me to where I need to be. And honestly, I like that. I've been drinking the Wormhole Focus Powder as pre-workout because it has just that extra kick that the gray matter is missing. I think that extra 25 milligrams makes a difference. Like extra 25 milligrams of caffeine. Is it better than actual pre-workout? I don't know. But all I know for a fact is that I will never drink my gym partner's pre-workout because his has 400 milligrams per serving. I'm like, there's no way I'm doing that, even if it's early in the morning. I don't know how he does that, drinks that at 8:30 at night before we go work out, and still wakes up early in the morning. I don't know. That I'm not touching that. I do like mint ice cream. There's a big difference between mint flavored foods and menthol flavored like substances. Like I do not like menthol smoking products or nicotine products. It is what I started with, but I don't it's not for me. And I'm glad that I'm not attracted to any of that at all. I do like mint ice cream though. And I like mint in food. I like me a mojito. There you go. Menthol's a medical thing. Mint is a food and bev thing, right? One flavor combination that I don't fully, that my palate doesn't fully understand is like the lamb and mint combo. I haven't had lamb prepared in a way where the mint actually counteracts the gaminess of the lamb, if that's what the intention is for. But that's also not really a flavor profile that I play around with as much as a sushi chef. Okay, mint jelly might work. I just haven't had a good one. I also haven't really endeavored to go to places that serve good lamb. So it has my curiosity as a chef because it's put together for a reason. And this rubber ducky's worth 4? It's staying right there. Mint and lamb is just a very common combo, which is why I was perplexed why I didn't entirely enjoy it. But this was also before I started taking culinary a bit more seriously. I don't think my palate was as trained for something like that. I've been training my palate a lot more in the past year than compared to every other year before this. Let's go to Artifice. We love to see it. No Windstrouds. All of a sudden I love Lethal Company. Yeah. I should just Eclipse jump on normal days to save time. I haven't practiced the Eclipse jump yet. Can I blow through that baboon hawk nest? Oops. Oopsie. Oh, that's not a piece that I can go through. There's a rock here. Bro, why am I so far? It's okay. It'll be fine. Unlucky rock or something. The fuck? Oh, wedding ring. I don't want to spend too much time at main. This is more just to like get in the habit of going to main first before Before moving on. Cold bar. Okay, I feel like I'm nearing the limit of how long I should be staying here. Especially with how far I parked the vehicle. No one saw that. Oh my god, bro. I'm up entirely too late, guys. Holy. No way we get that main split just to get stuck here. This is not where you fail now, soldier. Oh, only upstairs. Don't know how much I like that. I almost turned around. I almost did it. I don't know if that counts as turning around. It might. That might count as turning around. I'm gonna walk with my back to the wall, so... What the f... What is this? Oh my. Might consider leaving now. Even though it's kind of early, just get one under the belt, you know what I'm saying? Okay, now it looked. No, I shouldn't have put the shotgun there because now it's tough to grab. Wait, I turned on the magnet, right? Nice. I tried doing the 4, but I kind of pussied out. This is where a jetpack would be nice. I wasn't entirely confident that I was gonna clear that pole until I was in the air. Yeah, 2 cashews and a gold bar is crazy. $1,100. Imagine if there was 10 more loot value on that. 8. Okay, we're gaming now. The only thing is, the shotgun is with everything else. Not 38, but it doesn't matter. Might as well have the other bullet up there too. Had to make sure the bullet didn't just fall to the floor. Good enough. Okay. Sorry, almost committed a lethal company crime. Gotta honk the horn. Good enough. Nice. Get in there. That's not how you remove the key. Please don't run out. Oh my god. Brother. Thank you. Start with this side first because I don't want to do this jump later. I could kill it, or I can just leave it be. Check upstairs. What? Why? Okay, I thought so. I do have a shotgun. Might go try and get it. The only problem is I got so much shit right here. Yeah, baby. Damn it. Hmm? Which door did you open just now? Also, wheel squeal emote. I do want to get more emotes at some point. Okay. Now I don't have to worry about a Bracken for the rest of the day, which is nice. 2 of the power levels are being occupied by a spider, of all things. Why am I still turning around like there's gonna be a bracket? Oh my god, okay, hold on. Hey. Is it this side? Okay, now we play the game. Does Austin remember how to get back? The fire exit. It's a very common game played around these parts. Yes, he does. I definitely stayed longer than last time. I don't quite have a reason to leave yet. But I do want to start taking this stuff back, because this is probably a good stopping point. Especially since I did spend some time waiting for the to kill the Bracken. We'll take this for now. Just take it closer in case I need it. Like, I think this is pretty good. I probably should have grabbed the more expensive stuff first, but... Oh, I don't... No, yeah, I did put stuff in the cruiser. The weed killer. Oh, shit. I could have got a better inventory if I prioritized expensive items. Oh shit. That's not good. I'm slightly off-center now. No, I was right there. I like over-adjusted. Did I not turn on the magnet? I felt like that was close enough. I felt that was close enough. Okay, so it just wasn't close enough. Dude, that's so sad. So I just whiffed. I like well, we got one day. Flooded Artifice, kind of. Wait. I didn't lose track. Well, I did kind of lose track of time, but I made it back in time. I just I think I could have taken a little bit more time on the jump. Well, 361. I know a place where I can get 361. Watch this. No, I felt like I was doing so good. That was a really good one if I hit the cruiser jump though. That's sad. It's not that I lost track of time, it's more that I have no concept of when I should be bringing stuff back. Like my only metric for time is that I'm cruiser jumping before midnight, basically. Same with that main. Like main, I don't know when I'm supposed to be leaving main. Blessing this because you need it. Yeah, considering that I only found a whoopee cushion right now, that's pretty not good. I'm also lost now, low key. Okay. No way. Ass decides to live up to its name today. Put it in truck just... That's not a bad idea, actually. I like that. Brother. Found main, of all things. Alright, we're playing main now. Embryon duos. I'm not sure if I'm down for embryon duos. Maybe though. You know how to get me to do embryon, Scoob? The way to get me to do embryon is to tell me in the YouTube comments of my high quota that embryon is actually the key to high quota success. I'm down to run it at least once. Oh, I'm back here. Do I find my way back to fire with this? This is... No, wait, guys, I got it. Because there's bees. There just is. So, with this inventory plus bees plus the whoopee cushion, I'm good. I just, consider it. Takes 40 minutes to run a full load deep to fire / main. Manifesting high cost bees. Hopefully it's not such a high cost that it costs me the run. I just die running bees. Pay the ultimate price. Why don't I take whoopee in my 4th? I didn't realize I had a 4th slot. I thought this was 4 items. That's where we're at right now. I thought I was full. That's probably the cue to stop. Hey, in my defense, I worked a full workday today, and then I worked out, and then I hit the go live button. I think we're at the end of... We're definitely at the end of my energy for the day. I also started running fire, and then decided halfway through to run to main. Did I go this way already? I think this way's dead, right? Yeah. What anime am I falling asleep to? I usually don't fall asleep to anime. What do I fall asleep to? What the hell? I don't think I necessarily put anything on to fall asleep to. I think by the time I hit the bed, I'm already just exhausted. Surely there's got to be something this other way. Did I already go over here? I feel like I already went over here. This door's open, man. I didn't go over here though. No, I'm in the back rooms, man. Also, just don't watch a whole lot of anime nowadays. I am currently rewatching JoJo, kind of just following along with some reaction streamers on JoJo Part 4 right now, and every Sunday I watch the new Uma Musume episode. That's about it, anime-wise. I think the last few days I've just like edited videos until my eyes couldn't take it, and then I'll just go in bed and sleep. Oh. I love JoJo's. I need to catch up on part 9 though. I was like kind of keeping up with part 9 for a little bit, and then it's been a while since I've gone back. I am very excited for Frieren Season 2 though. I gotta check if any new chapters came out. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna get the amount that I need. Unless... What is this locker room? Oh wait, I got a weapon. There's an egg up there. No, this is cooked. I am under the fire exit, I'm pretty sure now though, because I think that's where the steam was coming from. Yeah, I think this is it. Go. Yo, Hunter x Hunter is also super valid. I think Hunter x Hunter is what ruined other shonen for me. Like, I don't know if there's any that'll top this for me personally. I also think that people's favorite shonen is very dependent on when they started watching anime too. Like most people, at least most people that I've talked to, their favorite is usually the shonen that they watched when they were earlier into anime. I have to go in here, don't I? I'm not allowed to. I watched all of Hunter x Hunter with my youngest brother before quarantine. What the? What am I looking at? I'm also just... That was your stash? Okay. My fault. My fault, OG. Scooby, thanks for gifting yet another sub. That scared me, I was chilling. Yeah, I was kind of curious if I was holding something from of his. Turns out I was. Found it slow during the video game arc, lost during the ants. That's also how I felt the first time I watched the Chimera Ant arc. I felt like it was too slow. And then I watched some videos about like why Chimera Ant arc was actually really good. And I'm glad I ended up pushing through to the end. But Hunter x Hunter, it took me quite a few different YouTube videos to help me fully understand why it was good. Shout outs to Alexander. Need 100 more. Alright, Beehive Gambit. Watch this, there's a beehive back here. Okay, there's a beehive up there. Not like this, man. Don't make me underperform on Assurance compared to March on the final day of the run. What's gonna happen? Potato was right. I'm dead. I'm not dead. That's crazy. Actually, I'm dead because I don't even make it back to the ship in time. Listen, only gamers who know ball hit this jump right here. That's not the jump I was planning on doing. I was planning on grabbing the ladder, but that was actually just way easier. But unfortunately, it's still not enough. Yeah, Ant arc was hard to watch the first time. At least for me. Not for everybody. Like, some of my friends just absolutely loved it the first time around. I didn't fully understand it. I very much appreciate it now. And then I read afterwards. And then I got caught up on Dark Continent at some point and just haven't gotten caught up since. There unfortunately was not a beehive back there. But yeah, Chimera Ant arc, really good as well. But if people don't want to watch it because it's too slow and stuff, I'm not like the craziest fan of saying, bro, you just got to make it to this point in order for you to enjoy it, because I think that stuff like that should just be enjoyable for you from the start and stay that way. And if you want to like delay the gratification to experience something like that, then all the power to you. But I never expect anyone to do that. I say the same thing for a lot of stuff, and the same thing for my YouTube videos too. Like that's a big thing for YouTube videos. I say that it has to be interesting from the first frame. Well, it has to be interesting thumbnail wise, it has to be interesting title wise, and it has to be interesting from the very first frame that shows from the video. And then it's just first second is important, first 5 seconds, first 10, first 30 seconds is super important, because that's how YouTube determines how many people it's going to push your video to. But like, you have to be able to grab people's attention then and there. I think it's the same thing for shows. Like, you should be able to be interested within the first episode. I don't follow the 3-episode rule. I follow the 1-episode rule. And like, if it doesn't grasp me there, then oh well. Can't wait for new arcs about some good lore. Your first sentence should instantly attract someone, right? It should capture attention, at least. It should be a hook. And when you're here's how that applies to streaming. The first second that someone is in your stream, it should be interesting enough for them to stay. And it's up to the streamer to figure out how that is. And that's why like people say you should be yapping at all points during your stream, because you never know when someone's gonna come in for the first time. And that's also why people say don't do the ads when people first join the stream, because if people join the stream and first thing they get hit with is a 30-second ad, that's a turnoff for a lot of people. Mid-roll ads tend to be a bit better for that reason. You get less people who tune in for the first time during ads that way. It still happens. It's just part of the platform, but you can lower the amount of people that happens to that way. For YouTube, it's all three. It's thumbnail, title, and the first few seconds of the video. Because thumbnail and title might be what gets you to stop scrolling, but because YouTube has an autoplay feature, people can kind of like pre-watch your video for a little bit before even clicking on it. So having visual hooks that also work when it's minimized is really good also. And it's also why it's really good to put captions and text in the first segment of your video, because for people who are watching without audio, you can capture their attention that way also. But yeah. I'm definitely gonna I will say that the one thing that I didn't do a whole lot of homework on was thumbnail theory. So, that was more just vibes based. But I think I should spend. It's something that Larry and I talk about a lot too. That we should spend a lot more time figuring out how to make better thumbnails. And that's another way people approach YouTube also. They start with the thumbnail and title, and if they can't come up with a good thumbnail and title for their concept, then it's probably just not a good concept to make a video on. Thumbnails are almost everything. Thumbnails are almost everything. But those first few seconds are also very important. Here's something that you can do, or a practice to do on YouTube if someone's desiring to be a YouTuber. Just go to your homepage and see what types of titles and thumbnails capture your attention, and also pay attention to the ones that don't. And then just pick up and try to like think about why that thumbnail title combination got you, or why the first few seconds that auto played in the video made you want to click on it, or why something made you want to scroll away. You can do it for long form or short form. I think it's easier to do on short form because, you know, people just kind of doom scroll through short form stuff like TikToks, Reels, etc., YouTube Shorts. But instead of just scrolling past stuff immediately, think about why you scrolled past it. And then for the ones that you stay and actually watch, it's interesting to stay there and think, okay, why did I stay here? What visually caught my attention, or what orally caught my attention, etc. It's a fun practice. It gets a little tiring to do that because you do that for every single post. But when you start doing it for every single post, you realize how much content you actually consume on a daily basis. And it's kind of insane. Thumbnail stream contest? Super hyper aware about ad attractiveness, right? That's all it is, like thumbnail, title, and the first few seconds. It's all marketing. It all just goes back to marketing. Imagine no internet for a year. I would probably survive without the internet at this point. Mostly because I already have like the established business and stuff and whatnot. This is another thing. Something that happens when you edit your own footage. You start and just kind of watch yourself back. You start noticing things that you do normally that might bother you, or where you might be better off not doing it. I noticed that during my last rant, for some reason, I would end my sentences with "end stuff." And that's something that if I caught myself doing it today, I tried actively not adding those two words to the end of the sentence, because I felt like the sentence would be more poignant, if that's the right word, if I didn't add that qualifier. There's also something that I do when I'm talking with people, where between sentences, I will just kind of do a little nervous laughter in between. That one I'm kind of on the fence about. But I want, like, it's stuff that I only notice under review. It's not something that I catch myself doing live. And I think VOD review is just really good for improving on like your on-camera presence or your speaking and all related things. See, I was gonna say end stuff again. VOD review is good. It's something that I used to do a lot when I played Super Smash Bros. Melee. I was kind of mediocre at Melee for a while. And then Slippy replays came out and I started watching my VODs. Actually, I even started streaming the Melee stuff. And I started watching back my VODs and I got a lot better at Melee from VOD review. Same thing with bowling. I used to have about a 130 average in bowling. And then I started doing VOD reviews. And I got up to around over 200 or so. From self-practice and review and study. Slippy 1v1 right now. That is actually kind of tempting. I'm down. Let's do it. Let me plug in my what, first to 5 or what? Let me figure out where I can plug this in. You're not serious? Bro, plug it in right now. Plug it in right now. If you take a game off me, we'll do Embryon duos. If you I'm gonna do Embryon duos with you anyway, but I think it's more fun when there's stakes on the line. I play Falcon, by the way. Run it. Get me while my hands aren't warm. Yeah, we're gonna play. Cheek? Alright. Heard that. I'm leaving this in the VOD, by the way. So all 2 people who make it to the end of this VOD are gonna see this Slippy matchup. I'll download it. You're gonna give me time to one moment. He's gonna let me warm up. That's crazy. I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick. That's how, I have no idea what level you're at, so I'm gonna give it all I got. Or Scooby is 12 years in. Bro, you know real Melee players can play 12 years in. I'm just... Or at least the OG ones. You're 30, you understand. You were part... If you're 30, that means you were part of... Well, it depends when you got into Melee. But, dude, most of my Melee career was just being kind of lit. Let me... Hold on. I usually don't play with my Melee audio on, or with my headset on, so it's kind of loud. I just be vibing pressing buttons. I guess you'll see how... Oh god, dude, hold on. The left-right motion on the joystick. Let me get there. Oh god. Let me know when you're ready, dude. I've thought about doing my rank matches on stream at some point. Did I just go play against someone random real quick? I should be practicing against a Sheik, actually. But, I think when I first started playing Melee, I would just do this. 8 minutes, 99 stocks, and then just get used to moving for 8 minutes straight, since that's as long as a competitive or a Melee match would ever last. I don't think I've ever timed anyone out though, but because I only ever really played fast fallers, and you don't really time people out like that. At least back when I was playing. You don't play against some people. I don't have a ranked thing. This is also where my chef name came from. I used to just enter tournaments as chef. Let me figure out like my mic configuration here. Because it worked for mouse and key. I'm kind of just hitting my desk with my arm like this. Oh god. Oh, yeah, fair enough. No, nice. For sure. Peace out, Nubby. Have a good Thanksgiving if I don't see you before then. Oh, bro. That's crazy, forward smash. But understandable. Oh, okay, fair. These are the 4 AM forward smashes. Yikes. Oh, yikes. We got lucky. Ooh, that reaches? Fair enough. It was a little ambitious, that one. Yikes! I got lucky. Why am I side being so much? Oh, I thought that was very ambitious of me for sure. Ooh. Didn't L cancel. Yeah. Got it for sure. Oh, I gotta be careful. Oh, yeah. I thought. No, the idea. Oh. No, really? Oh. Fourth throw? Dude, jump cancel your grabs, please. Oh, I thought he was gonna roll in, to be honest. I'm not side being into that as much as I want to. Ow, oldest trick in the book. Nice. Nice. Fair enough. This guy's not just button spamming, unfortunately. He's adapting. Wow. Ooh, if I'm just a little tighter on that, we're okay. No, where was my knee? That's what I get for being a C6 spammer. Oh. Fair. Really? Ooh. Nice. I'm just holding forward. I'll take it. Oh. Oh, that's unlucky. That's unlucky. Ooh, you can forward. I guess you can, huh? It's 2025. It's 2025. Oh, I thought I could. I don't think I fast filled that properly, at least. I'll take it. Crazy air dodge. Get in the mid stage. No. Ready? Okay. Where is it? Direct. This is my connect code. Can I? Oh, The last time I played against someone was against Blank Sheet of Paper, and Bsop. What up, Blank Sheet of Paper? That's like a secret matchup that happened at some point. But let me know what your connect code is, and then we can get it. I guess I'll change this to melee for a second. Really? Super Smash? Oh, there it is. Your user scoop. It should show this, right? Can I just type Scooby like that? You should have a connect code, right? Like where it says where my user is chef, and then underneath it says connect code. I think I have to join you by your connect code. So you'll enter SHEF number 759, and then I'll enter. You got 5 letters? That's crazy. Scooby number 25. Oh, okay. Scoob 258. Best of 5? Best of 5? So first of 3? Mine is SHEF number 759. I spilled water on myself. Might not be able to play Lethal Company after a certain amount of hours. Oh, alright. Let's get it. Like Scoop. Wait, Zelda? Really? Okay. Checking. Ooh. Oh. Raw up B and neutral is crazy. Yeeks. No, I gotta stop doing that. I gotta stop doing that. Zelda. Oh. Get in there. Okay, this is also... I also had like a full 8 minutes to warm up. I don't know what happened between that Marth game and this one. Never use it. Oh, you're using a US... Wait. What do you mean a USB controller? Do you have crazy... Do you have crazy input lag right now? Because there's some... Like, is it not like a GameCube controller with a with an adapter? What? Wait, that's crazy. What are you talking about? I don't have Diax? That just severely nerfs you. That just... Especially on like recoveries and stuff too. Ah, shoot, brother. I don't know if I'm the right melee person to help with that. I think I set mine up once and then never again. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, good luck, man. I think if I switch over to my alternative, I'll switch over to my alternative once after this game. I do have a different controller that I can use, and you might recognize it, but we can run it back. But I think I will for sure lose if I use it. But it'll be interesting too. Oh, that's gotta be... I see why the side Bs are coming out now. Because you can normally up B with a diagonal angle. Got my ass. Huh. Oh, dude, I thought I spaced that. Oop, oop. Okay. I'm gonna plug in my other controller. So, I don't know if you're around in the Melee community for this one. Don't nerf my... Well, I'll do it for one game. Just... This is more just a showcase thing. Because this is kind of like a relic of the melee scene. The frame 1. I played it for a little bit when Anthran was here. But this was put together by someone from the San Diego scene. I'm looking at this thing and it's gonna be a mid-off if I do this, so I'm not gonna do it actually. But I just wanted to play. It's the metal one too. The leverless. Let's play off meta. So like a different character for the last one. I don't want to play Ice Climbers, bro. What do you mean by off meta? Also, for those curious, I named the Lethal Company Iron Man off of the melee one. You're going off meta. Okay. I'm not playing Roy either. Who am I willing to play who's like different? I don't have any like cool secondaries or anything. Luigi? Let's see what you mean by... Okay, I see. Oh, wait. You can pick this stage too? Okay. Bro, you're like my roommate, basically. The roommate that I started playing Melee with, he's a Sheik main that also has a Ness, not secondary, but Ness as a low tier main. That's funny. I didn't even know you could pick these stages. That killed, that's crazy. Ooh. Mostly playing Luigi because I dressed up as Luigi for Halloween. Oh, there was a world. Forgot about this. Got my ass, alright. Oh, there was... Ooh, the edge cancel is kind of sick. I also have green overalls like this too. I just stood there and took it. I forgot, Luigi does not have a wall jump. Ooh, down tilt crazy. Bro, Luigi's so slippery. I'm just wave dashing into these. There was a world. All right, I'm fishing. I'm invincible. I should have played off of it. Oh. I'm trying so hard. I'm not a Luigi main. Otherwise, I would have gotten a misfire at some point. Oh. Excuse me. There it is. Right. GG Scoop. Thank you for entertaining me with the melee. We'll play Embryon at some point. But I haven't played melee in like 7 years, and the first day back is on a USB controller. That's crazy. Playing without diagonals. Yeah. Well, okay, I did boot up Slippy when Anthran was here. Respect though. Respect. Sometimes, you know, there's just something about pulling out the melee at these ungodly hours, and I don't know if that's something that I'll ever stop doing fully. But appreciate you doing that. But that's definitely it for me for today. This was a 7-hour stream? Brother, I didn't realize I was live for that long, because my current recording says 5 hours. But that's because, oh, that's because the first one. The first run that I did. Ew, I've been live for a while. Shoot, okay, I gotta like go or something. But GG Scoob, everyone, thanks for tuning in for all of this. Actually, let's say bye to YouTube first. YouTube, peace. If you're still watching this on YouTube, you're a real one. You just sat through some late night melee also. That's the other option. What if I became a melee YouTuber, huh? No, melee's not that big on YouTube, unfortunately. Yeah. Hope everyone has a great Thanksgiving. Again, doing high quota runs where I listen to the YouTube comments. So if you have any suggestions, throw them down in the YouTube comments. But I'm ending this recording now. All right.